Good morning, everyone. We cordially welcome you to the International Seminar Violence and Organized Crime in Prisons, organized jointly by the Center of Criminal Law of University of Talca and the Center for Justice Studies of the Americas. We are meeting with an urgent challenge for our regions. How to address the violence and organized crimes that have been taking root in our prisons, phenomena that threatens not only security but also human rights and democratic governance in Latin America and the Caribbean. Before we begin, we'd like to greet and thank the authorities who are with us today. The Executive Director of CEJA, Natalie Ponce, the Undersecretary of Public Security, Rafael Collado, the Dean of the Faculty of Law and Social Sciences of the University of Talca, Sir Ivan Obando, and distinguished academic authorities and a representative of international organizations present, both here in Santiago and from other countries. We also take this opportunity to highlight that this seminar is being held in a special year at the Center for Justice Studies of the Americas, which is celebrating 25 years of work for justice in the region, and the Center of Criminal Law Studies at the University of Talca is celebrating 20 years of promoting critical reflection on criminal matters. Today's session includes 2 months of discussions in which we will hear from distinguished experts from various countries. At the end, we will have a concluding session that will allow us to compile the main sessions learned and proposals. To formally begin this session, we invite Mr. Ivan Ovando, Dean of the Faculty of Laws and Social Science at the University of Talca, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Good morning, everyone. We have heard the objectives of the Master of Ceremonies, and I would like to cordially welcome to this seminar. For us, it is a tremendous challenge, but at the same time, a tremendous pleasure to undertake this initiative, given that we are part of the community, an organized community. We are at a state university, but we have strong roots in the community, and as such, we also feel the urgency of this issue, which have adopted other measures, perhaps more than we have, and to be able to deduce or draw some conclusions for the future, given that the issue of violence uh, has been taking place in other countries, which have adopted other measures, perhaps more than we have, and to be able to deduce or draw some conclusions for the future, given that the issue of violence stemming from organized crime affects our societies. So, without further ado, thank you very much for attending, and I hope this will be a very fruitful day. Thank you very much. We appreciate the words of our Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, and we now invite Natalie Ponce, Executive Director of CEJA, to welcome us. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Undersecretary, Mr. Ivan Ovando, I'm Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Talca. In presenting the Justice Study Center of the Americas, I would like to extend my warm welcome, especially to our institutional authorities and the Chilean legal community. I also extend a warm welcome to the international community, which is connected through a hybrid platform. We have received many requests from many various people, authorities, the academic sector, and civil society, who from different countries want to participate in this important day of critical, thoughtful, technical, and proactive reflection to address the extremely serious problem affecting the region, the performance, the development of organized crime from prisons. This problem impacts not only inside the prisons, but also outside the prisons. As we know, it affects in several countries in the region, not only the foundations of the institutions responsible for preventing and controlling crime, but also democratic development and the rule of law in the region. From that perspective, we thank our authorities as well as each of the people who will participate in this reflection. Speakers whose purpose is to generate a roadmap, a vision of common spaces, of common commitments, such as effectively fighting crime with respecting human rights. So we have great expectations that this event will contribute to mutual learning. Thank you so much. We have heard the welcoming remarks of the Executive Director of CEJA, Natalie Ponce, and now we call the Undersecretary of Public Security, Mr. Rafael Collado. Hello, good morning to everyone, Mr. Dean, Madam Director. Thank you very much. I also want to especially thank Raul. Raul, we also have the wonderful opportunity of being disciples of the same master. I always have the wonderful opportunity of returning to this institution. I've also taught here, so I'm also pleased to return to this new role here. Esteemed authorities, experts, national and internationals, as you mentioned, representative of the academic, judicial, and police worlds, because we have my dear general here with us. Good morning. It's an honor for me to participate in this international seminar on violence and organized crime. Yes, what good news I had, and I think that if crime is organized, and the state also organized itself, and I say it in those terms, the state of Chile is already organized. The fact that this undersecretary and this undersecretariat exists is a part of that. The decision was made to create the Ministry of Security. With that, the Undersecretariat of Public Security was created. The Secretariat of Crime Prevention was transferred from the Ministry of the Interior. In that sense, today we have a much more organized state, much stronger in the fight against this crime. In that sense, today we are going to see a topic that has to do with the violence and organized crimes in prisons. Indeed, if organized crime has mutated and expanded its reach, including prisons within its scope, that's one that's effective. What was previously seen as a place of confinement or reintegration now faces a new problem. These prison spaces are being captured by criminal networks to use them as operating platforms, and that's something that calls for coordinated interinstitutional action by the state. Regional experience shows that many of the continent's most powerful criminal organizations not only originate in prisons, but also had adopted prisons as centers of illicit operations, both inside and outside prisons. And this is important. In other words, what the data shows is that there is indeed a significant interrelationship between inside and outside prisons. That is, there are operations that involve this transfer. Cases like well-known Tren de Aragua, the first Brazilian commando in the capital, shows the dangers that prison facilities can actually be incorporated into them by organized crime figures, as well as the capacity that these organizations have to exceed the limits imposed by prisons and establish a kind of continuum, as I mentioned before, between inside and outside. The sixth report of the Chilean Public Prosecutor's Office Anti-Drug Trafficking Observatory indicates that the interest of organizations in control of prisons facilities is basically due to two reasons. On the one hand, control of the domestic market for illegal trading goods, from drugs to food. This is where the well-known scams that have unfortunately been made public in some media outlets come from. And also, obviously, the protection and extortion of inmates, as well as the recruitment of new personnel. And this is already known. The Gendarmerie is aware of it, and the Ministry of Security is aware of it. Furthermore, criminal control of prisons transforms them into a sort of refuge for remote management. This is discussed, for example, by Salgado in a 2024 study. Our country, although still far from this reality, is not immune to this threat. The prison system represents the presence of increasingly sophisticated and violent transnational and national criminal organizations because we have them. Indeed, Chile has achieved important work in controlling, pursuing, detecting, and prosecuting international crime organizations. The trial of the Galicians, the Tren de Aragua trial is underway, but those people are effectively being held in prisons across the country. And in that sense, the penitentiary system has made a significant effort in managing both inmates and the ongoing criminal proceedings. In addition to the impact the national penitentiary system has had, the arrest of these leaders and the importation of new and violent criminal behavior both and outside and inside prisons, there is also the difficulty of controlling organized crime and the exponential increase in the prison population in general. Indeed, in most of the country's prison established by the penitentiary policy in this text, there is indeed overcrowding, and this overcrowding effectively hinder prison management as well as the segmentation of the prison population of the possibilities of reintegration. As the Ministry of Justice's penitentiary policy points out again, the lack of guidelines for the penitentiary facilities constitutes a risk factor of the spread of organized crime, affecting the ultimate purposes of punitive sentencing in prison. In this context, the government is taking a series of actions. My academic profile, my academic history, my doctorate with a master's degree pending have always led me to review criminal law from a dogmatic perspective. Of course, I would love to focus on Article 293, that is Article 292, and look at the criminal offenses of 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the new anti-terrorism law because it deals with organized crime, and we could talk a lot about organized crime. But I want to tell you more about the concrete actions the government has taken, leaving the reserve space for that discussion. Since March 2023, the most important thing that we have promoted is our institutional approach. The Ministry of Security, Article 1, states that it has two principles: compliance and then the security system as well. The Ministry of Security must be the sectorial ministry in charge of security policies and crime prevention, and it must also generate, implement, and maintain a public security system for the state. And the principles that inspire the system are interinstitutionality and interoperability. The law says so. In that sense, the main focus the Ministry of Security work has also been the articulator of this institutional work. Just yesterday, I was at the seminar of the Public Prosecutor's Office, the Ministry of Security, and the National Customs Service, where we are carrying out this interinstitutional work between the three entities within the framework of what's called the Plan Against Organized Crime. Indeed, for example, what was done there was training the Customs Investigation Police and the Public Prosecutor's Office on new custom crimes. There is also a recent legal reform there that significantly modified the crime of smuggling. This interinstitutional work is happening every day, and that's good news because that's the organization I was referring to initially. Today, the state views security first as a sector, which is evident after the creation of the ministry, but it was also as an interinstitutional state task and with joint efforts. In that sense, in 2023, we created task force in the Ministry of Security, the Ministry of Justice, the Public Prosecutor Office, the Gendarmerie, the Carabineros, and the Investigative Police to effectively confront the challenges of fighting organized crimes within prisons, specifically what has happened in light of this task force. First, the prison infrastructure plan with a master plan with 6 projects in operation, 14 funded projects, and 11 initiatives under evaluation. We must effectively grow Chile's prisons so they can house a greater number of inmates. But in addition to that, these projects have opened 14,356 new spaces. Furthermore, during 2023, 2,327 spaces were rehabilitated in different centers. This is a necessity. We must start with the basics, with what is necessary, which is to effectively have better prison infrastructure because there are not just spaces, but rather a series of improvements, updates to rather old centers, and that have allowed for legal reforms that, if they hadn't existed, would have made this a much lower process. In the number of high security modules has increased from 7 we had in 2022. Today, we have 14 modules known as RIPAS, the High Security Penitentiary Facility, or RIPAS. 16 real increases in the gendarmerie budget has also been a decisive action by the government to equip this institution, which is the main protector, custodian, and rehabilitator of inmates in our country. And with this budget, for example, in 2025, we're going to finance the installation of cell phone signal jammers in 7 prisons, in addition to those that already have them, including Colina 1, Colina 2, and the Eureka Penitentiary Complex. This is in addition to the three units already installed in 2024 since April 3rd, 2024, which has been operational in Santiago 1 Penitentiary and the High Complexity Center at the Pedro Mosto Complex. These facilities already cover 20% of the country's prison populations. Why is the signal unit so important? Well, because it's a practical measure with significant immediate operational benefits. And it cuts off internal external communication. That has some impact that we've measured, but it's important that these jammers work well, work properly, and they work in a more controlled and regulated manner. In that sense, what the inhibitors basically do is prevent contact through cell phones or other types of instruments that are incorporated into prisons through non regulatory means. That's what I meant about the scams. The scams are not only drug related items, for example, but sometimes also include the launching of technological or other types of elements. Another issue we are also reviewing is the prison security plan against organized crime, which is also a government initiative. Under this plan, as of March 21st, 2025, 57 operations have been carried out, resulting in the seizure of knives, cell phones, liquor, and illicit substances. In that sense, the state is already working, the investigative police, carabineros, and gendarmerie to jointly carry out these operations to dismantle the internal component, which I mentioned at the beginning, that prison work entails in the fight against organized crime. In April 2023, a new law was published, which is important because these laws are sometimes not well known by the general population and also in the world of law schools. They are very specific. It states that it is a law that strengthens the powers of the gendarmerie, but it's important that it allows to collaborate with the public prosecutor's office in investigations. This new law then allowed the Chilean gendarmerie to join, just as direct demar was once incorporated through flagrancy, just as the National Customs Service also carries out some type of flagrancy work when it finds, for example, a smuggling crime. In this case, the gendarmerie also becomes a collaborator due to this law on investigations on the public prosecutor's office. In 2024, the Public Prosecutor's Office opened an investigative centers in prisons, specifically as a bill in currently being processed in Congress to create the Gendarmerie Special Security Department and create a prisons regime adapted to the new security demands. As I mentioned at the beginning, and my drive will always be this, along with these management measurements, we have effectively strengthened the regulatory framework over the years of this government. I believe it's already been known, but that doesn't mean I don't want to spend a few minutes talking about Law 21575, which is known as the drug trafficking law or law against organized crime. There is the Law 21577, better known as the Law of Special Investigative Techniques of the Law of Organized Crime, because that law creates the new organized crime offenses in Chile. For those more familiar with the doctrine of criminal law, probably 292 or 293, of course, created or incorporated a series of discussions that have been taking place in comparative law regarding how to combat the organization itself and all the complexities of combating the organization itself, which can be reduced to being part of it. What does that mean? It implies, why can we sanction someone for being part of it? That's one of those things. And since I'm at the university, I'm taking advantage of the fact that Raul is here. I think there is an important task on the part of the academic doctrine. It's a law from 2023 that also joins the anti-terrorist law that recently came into force to provide content to Chilean regulations. I think there is a long discussion in the continental world, particularly in Europe, about what it means to sanction organizations, why it's important, and what preventive benefits it can have. I believe the Chilean Academy has an important effort to make it here to provide important content to help jurisprudence clearly define what three or more means, what sustained action over time means, and what it means to be part of it. I believe that there are basic frameworks of organized crime offenses that exist in the country. From there, everything has to do with additional related offenses what are contiguous to this organized crime, which are, of course, relevant. But I wanted to focus on this, taking advantage of this opportunity while I'm here to request the collaboration of the academic world to provide our jurisprudence, and especially those who apply the law, with clear criteria and substantive context of what the recent published organized crime means. Along with this, other regulations have been created, such as Law 21555, which establishes the general crime of extortion and reinforces the powers of the gendarmerie, the law known as the law of recidivism, which is actually a law that affects the criminal process much more than an aggravating factor, but it's a law 21694 that expands the investigative techniques and strengthens the protection of prosecutors, witnesses, and judges. The law establishes the superterritorial prosecutors office at the constitutional level, the anti-terrorist law 21732, and of course, I can't help but mention the law 21730, which created the Ministry of Security. Finally, and to close, I want to tell you that as part of the Undersecretariat of Public Security, we have been developing the National Plan Against Organized Crime. This plan, which begins in 2021, includes a series of accesses, including training and the communication. Therefore, I'm here today in part fulfilling access number 7 of the national policy against organized crime in the role that I'm now fulfilling as the secretary. Within this plan, we have provided the gendarmerie with a special focus. We have already made specific transfer to it to make certain investment in public security totaling 12 billion pesos. And within these specialized trainings, as I mentioned, not only what we are discussing today, but since October 24th, both the Ministry of Justice and the Public Prosecutor's Office have also begun this joint training process. And we know, and with this I conclude, that this challenge will not only be resolved with more laws or more investment, but rather it requires integrated and interinstitutional management intelligently and with good results. And in this, the private sector has much to contribute. The academy, in particular, as I just mentioned, has much to contribute. And in this sense, all the capacities that the state of Chile and its people can collaborate with are welcome. That is why I congratulate this seminar, because it allows us to share diagnose, learn from international practices, and build responses. Today, criminal organizations are hierarchical structures, often transnational and sometimes also local intermediate. I believe that structures and their complexity also allows us to begin to make the concept of organized crime more complex, because organized crime can originate from a family gang with a local territorial reach, which also visits prisons, leaves prisons. In these family clans, what often happens is that the dismantling, for example, of one part of a clan generates immediate rise, elevation for those who came from below, the children, nieces, more authoritative roles. And we've seen more smaller, more intermediate places, more localized territorial roots. And we've seen more in smaller, more intermediate places. Unlike traditional gangs, which here I've cited, I'm citing Roxanne's old, not so old, but current theory of organized power apparatuses. We have the ability to remove and replace people. And that's what transforms the structure of organized power structure. These transnational networks coexist with these national ones and feed off each other. Often, national networks or national organized crime structures are suppliers or franchises of transnational networks. In that sense, sharing experiences and learning about these issues specifically in the context of intra and extra prison flows seems very important for us. We have made progress, but the challenge remains. So the value of this seminar lies in sharing this experience. That's why I'm grateful to the University of Talca and its ministry. We are grateful for the opportunity we have given us to communicate and discuss what the ministry is about, which as our focal points can do. And as just told you before, because I believe we are convinced, and in this regard, this party is particularly convinced because he comes from here, that the academic world has much to contribute to state institutions. I believe there's here you can make concrete proposals. Thank you so much. We thank the words of the Undersecretary of Public Security and also welcome their reflections of our distinguished authorities. Next, we will begin our first panel discussion entitled Violence, Organized Crimes, and Prisons in Latin America. This first panel will be moderated by Gloria Mencilla, a criminal law researcher at the University of Talca. Our speakers are Jose Luis Perez Guadalupe, former Minister of the Interior of Peru, Nadia Franco, Professor of Criminal Procedure at the University of Panama, Olga Espinosa from the University of Chile, and Luis Vail of Recabarin from the Committee of the Prevention of Culture and Violence in Chile. We now invite our moderator and panelists to take their places here at the front. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Perfect. Well, this panel aims to highlight the importance, right, penitentiary systems as a comprehensive institution to prevent and curb the spread of organized crime in Latin America, right? Traditional penitentiary systems have shown clear limits in their effectiveness due to the lack of deterrent nature of organized crime actors. On the contrary, observed trends demonstrate that the structural problems of penitentiary systems have a direct impact of strengthening this system, fostering the transformation of facilities into strategic spaces for members of criminal organizations. This panel would present comprehensive recommendations based on a human rights approach and evidence for the transformation of prisons in Latin America. We're going to begin the first presentation by Mr. Jose Luis Perez Guadalupe. He holds a PhD in social science and sociology from the University of Deusto, a master's degree in criminology from the University of the Basque Country, and he is an associate professor of the University of the Pacific, Peru. He is the former president of the National Penitentiary Institute from Peru from 2011 to 2015, and former Minister of Interior of Peru from 2015 to 2016, and conducted various studies on penitentiary system and prison governance, citizen security, among other topics. Next up with him is the presentation entitled Violence, Organized Crime, and Prisons in Latin America. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I don't know if you can hear me correctly. Yes, we can hear you correctly. Perfect. Thank you, Gloria. First off, I would like to thank University of CEJA and University of Talca for inviting us to share this important panel on violence, organized crime, and penitentiary systems in Latin America. And I'd like to start with a publication coming up next month, a new book called The Trend de Aragua, an organization crime in Latin America, precisely. And what are we talking about? I think that right now the Trend de Aragua represents in many ways what international organized crime is. But at the same time, it represents the danger or potential that a prison system can have. Because in a nutshell, we can say that Nino Guerrero, from its own cell in the Tocuan prison, ruled the entire prison and at the same time ruled the entire Nicaragua, the continent. But what are we talking about? Is this new? Not necessarily. I mean, if we analyze or review that criminological literature of the last century, we see that the topic of prison cultures and the connection with street culture is a well-developed topic, but it was basically approached from two perspectives. The question is prison culture more indigenous or imported? The question is worth asking. And there, the two extremes of the studies were raised, started with Donald Clemmer in the 1940s, who talked about incarceration, that is, the effects that prison has on inmates. And this was later explored by Avery Goffman, even though Goffman never entered a prison. But on the other hand, we have the effect of incarceration, which is the opposite. That is, the effects that prisoners will have on their organization and on prison life within prisons. So we have dealt with incarceration and incarceration through the last century and at the beginning of this one. But now the growth, extension, dissemination, and expansion of organized crime poses new challenges. In other words, the subcultural continuum of crime that reaches prison has always been raised. That is, the street prison relationship, which is the question we had posed. But now we have a new element street prison, street. This is new, and this not necessarily. That is to say, it was present in certain countries, in certain organizations, as we speak. Clearly, for example, in Brazil, we have the First Capital Command, or the Red Command, or the Northern Family, or the Pure Third Command. And they dominated the streets, the prison, and from prison, they dominated the streets. But now, and this also applies to the Maras in Central America, etc., etc. But and in here now there is a new phenomenon that is the way of governing and the extension of government. And here I want to focus precisely on the experience of the Trendy Aragua, because the Trendy Aragua is a combination and many now repeat of criminal governance, a term coined by Arias in 2006, and prison governance. And this combination of the two is what I think we're emphasizing now because it's a real problem. I mean, we talk about gangs or prison organizations or street organizations, that is, they emerge in prison like the PCC and the CB and the Carandiru prison and the Ilha Grande prison, or the large organizations that grow on the streets. Well, basically, they're going to be mixed beyond the origin, and they're going to have a repowering, and that's perhaps a new phenomenon due to how widespread they are. And as I said, it did exist, but in certain countries and in certain areas. On the other hand, this phenomenon has spread, and I agree that many of the aspects mentioned by the undersecretary. I mean, if we look at the experience in Venezuela with the Chavista government in 2011, the Chavista government gave away persons to organized crime because it couldn't control them, and literally gave them 62% of the prisons now called open prisons, and 26% of the prisons in Venezuela called mixed ones. And that's where this criminal organization stops being just another gang, okay? From the neighborhoods, from the suburbs, from the interior of Venezuela, to become the mega gang, an organized crime that we now know. And what happened? It's precisely the prison governance that is taking over. It dominates all of Tocoron, and there are three basic effects. What are the things that I know about how they are empowered? First, by recruiting new members, and second, by raising more money because they charge the inmates what is called for the cause and all of the business that they could do there. And third, the connections they could make inside the prison, and even more so that happens in most of the countries when you transfer inmates in the leaders, but you don't disconnect them from the criminal ties. So, what is causing this rationalization? So, these three factors added to the fact that we're not longer talking about consent by complicity of the Maduro government in this case, and that would allow these criminal gangs to gain strength in prison and gain much power, much more strength, much more membership, and much more money. What happened next? The Venezuelan government also frees up certain areas, neighborhoods, districts, communities, okay, for criminal gangs to govern. In other words, it removes the police from their area, calling them peace zones. And who does they give it to? Criminal organizations, just like the prisons, which remove all their gendarmes, prison guards, and police from the prisons so they could rule. So the model was empowered in Venezuela, and that's the way within two fundamental factors. What we have is now is the expansion of the model, and now the entire continent is affected precisely by this criminal policy. Well, we have this expansion of the model. Now, and this is new, right? For researchers have been working on this issue for 40 years, and Olguita is also very familiar with that. In Chile, this issue is not new. But the media alarm, as you mentioned it, the reason for this meeting was given in Ecuador 2024. That is a small, peaceful, livable country with very low levels of violent deaths per 100,000 inhabitants, launches this dominance of prisons. They take over a television set, of course, and the public just found out. And it's not that it just existed. That's when the choneros, the lobos, became known. And they realized that those who dominate organized crime, basically around the trafficking, are the Mexicans. After Plan Colombia in 2000, in the year 2000, all the large organizations, not all of them, but a good portion, go and begin exporting through Ecuador. I think that's the alarm, the wake up call that made us say, well, this is happening everywhere, but they're going to take the prisons or no. Why is what we are seeing important? And in this first round table of organized crime and prison systems, because it needs to be said clearly. If we lose prison, we lose the streets, and we lose the prison systems, we lose citizens and security in our countries. And we're already seeing this across the board. I mean, they've invaded all of Latin America, right? These new forms have a model focused on the concentration of power, territorial dominance, and criminal diversification. And that phenomenon has produced in crime in our countries basically three: the mimicry of local crime, that is, the coping, the most lethal, the copying the most lethal, aggressive, violent territorial models came from these foreign gangs. And apart from that, because they're more effective, they kill more people, dominate more people, extort more people. They can engage in human trafficking, and crime is mimicked. Second, there are also processes of outsourcing. That is, there's so much, and excuse me for saying this so bluntly, there is so much foreign criminal labor that the market has been squandered. That is, local gangs now subcontract to foreign gangs because they are cheaper, more effective, and more lethal. And thirdly, what we have is a conjunction. I don't want to talk about binational gangs because that implies that having a lot of confidence, but that would be the phenomenon of grafting. That is, they are grafting for certain criminal activities, yes, national and local. What do we have? Logically, the physiognomy of our crime has changed, but also of our prisons. Ceballos has already written it very well in Chile. His publication of 2024 and the one that he's publishing now in 2025. What do we do? What don't we do? In these few minutes I have left, I think he goes over several points to start. But regarding prison, I repeat, the penitentiary system in our Latin American countries have always been the Cinderella of all the public institutions in our countries. Cinderella, that is, it wasn't given importance. It was thought of as storage of prisoners. It was thought that now they go to prison, the problem is over. No, sir. Now a new problem begins because these criminal gangs have been re-empowered. Some have emerged in prison, but others, and most, will be strengthened in prison. And as I said, the subculture will continue not only just street prison, but street prison, street with a new form of street domination, not only influence street crime, but also influence the entire community through, for example, domination and what's called criminal governance. And which has one of the most spread manifestation, extortion, for example. I'll conclude these two minutes by pointing out, since we are in Chile, that I did a piece 30 years ago on the Santiago Penitentiary and how streets, galleries, rooms, guards, gangs, and all that were informally organized inside. but that's changed. But what's interesting, and I think we need to benchmark what positive experiences we have, is that in the Chilean prison system, both Chilean and Peruvian organized crime hasn't come to dominate. It's tried, it's still trying. Peru, we had 50 Venezuelan prisoners in 2017. Now we have 4,000, but they haven't come to dominate. And why? And with this, I conclude. I think we need to do comparative studies of Peru and Chile because they can manage, they have managed to control organized crime. I think so, to share experience, not to present it as an example because each reality is different, but to share experience. And what I can say is organized crime in Peru doesn't dominate prisons. In Peru, prisons have been pacified and there haven't been riots, hostage taking, or shootings inside prisons for 13 years. In Peru, a prison warden enters any prison, any wing, any cell at any time of day and night and removes any inmate without any external force other than the one that he or she has in the prison, and nothing happens. And that's called authority. So I believe we should build these positive experiences from Chile, Peru, and other countries. I'll leave it for a while and I'll be happy to listen to my colleagues. Thank you. To Jose Luis Perez for his presentation. And when he somehow identifies the problems faced by the penitentiary models at all levels, such as the influence, of course, of external factors, external relations within the facilities, and the complexity of life due to globalization. Now, I'd like to introduce the new speaker. Her name is Nadia Franco Bazam. She holds a master's degree in judicial practice and a doctorate in law from the University of Salamanca. He holds a master's degree in law, varied master's degrees in specifically in procedural law, criminal law, with an emphasis on public law and patrimonial liability, and criminological studies. She's a professor of criminal procedural law at the Faculty of Law and Political Science at the University of Panama, and she has published several studies of pretrial detention and precautionary measures. She's served as vice president of CEJA, board of directors representing Panama, and well now trial detention and the prison situation in Latin America. Yes, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning. Yes, I was checking if you could hear me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this seminar. It is my responsibility to speak to you about the topic of pretrial detention and the prison situation in Latin America. Well, for me, the important thing here is to remember that preventive detention comes with certain important points, such as the prerequisites, the appearance of good law, the risk of escape, the duration, as well as the number of preventive prisoners we have in different Latin American countries. So, preventive detention is really a precautionary measure that greatly violates the right to liberty, the presumption of innocence, because sometimes we imprison people who probably didn't commit the crime, but then in prison and they have to wait sometimes from 1 to 4 years until it's decided whether or not they're actually responsible. The procedure systems we've had, at least in the Central and American countries, have been changing in the recent decades because many of the military regimes that existed in each of those countries have disappeared, at least in the case of Panama, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. So that has also brought about changes in our criminal procedures. At least in Panama, we had a judicial code that was created during that military period, and for that would become the book of procedural law emerged and became our code of criminal procedure. So all of these democratic political systems have been gradually implementing in Central America, America. And obviously, in places like Mexico and others, they've been bringing change to the structure, and all new accusatory criminal procedure codes have been created. So another thing that's also being very useful is that each country has been opting for measurements other than pretrial detention or preventive imprisonment. We have other measurements such as house arrest or how periodic reporting to authorities, which is a ban on leaving the country, a ban on attending or visiting certain places, as well as the use, for example, of the electronic bracelets. All of these have been part changing, and it's meant, at least in our case in Panama, that judges are not only applying pretrial detention, but are gradually applying other measures that don't necessarily involve a person entering a penitentiary center. So, why is pretrial detention still used? Well, it's considered a necessary evil since its use has been Uh, it shouldn't be the appropriate legislative or procedural response, but it is, so to speak. The option generally applies for crimes such as organized crime, the drug trafficking, domestic violence, and other crimes that tend to cause a lot of social alarm. So, general assumptions when applying provisional detention always remain the same. Both here in Panama, the rest of South America, also South America, even in Europe, in Spain, and elsewhere, which are the famous bony jurists and the curriculum mora, that is the influence of good law, title of good law that implies that the person may have been related to the case. Everything indicates that the person may be possibly guilty or responsible, and hence the curriculum and mora of the risk of flight. There are other considerations that aren't necessarily attributable to the precautionary nature, which aren't always properly reflected in our codes, but which we know can sometimes affect the decisions made by our supervisory judges. These include social unrest, frequent acts, the criminal records of the person in front of us, and also the seriousness of the crime. So, in the specific case of Panama, precautionary measures, specifically preventive detention, will always be applied when their procedural reason apply considered when the accused could destroy or damage evidence, and also when that person could pose a risk, danger to the community. This is established by the Code of Criminal Procedure in Article 127. So, another point I wanted to discuss is because this schedule varies, at least in hours, regarding the duration of provisional detention. The duration should be maximum of 1 year. Now, we know that the duty established in the Article 12 doesn't always happen that way because sometimes the cases are complex, at least we have established you can request 6 more months and another extension, so it could end up being up to 2 years or even more, depending on how complicated the case is. So, since time is very short, one is for us to see take how the prison population in Latin America has evolved. Is there a very interesting study that goes from 2000 to 2018? It explains that in Latin America we had an increase of 644,000 people to 1,552,000 people in private work. So the countries that increased their prison population during that period, according to the study, have been El Salvador, Ecuador, Paraguay, Venezuela, Guatemala, Peru, Brazil, and Nicaragua. So for the year 18, which was the last year of the study, they explained that the overcoming rate in many of these countries, such as El Salvador, Peru, Guatemala, and Bolivia, had reached 200% of the uh, prison capacity, which is one of the topics that was dealt with upon the start of today's event. Another worrying issue is that although in some countries there has been a decrease in the percentage of detainees held provisionally in preventing detention, most countries also had a problem with public budget cuts. It's always been the major task of those people dedicated to the prison system, at least here in the Ministry of Government, always needs budget to improve prisons so that we have more space and also to really provide the best of the people who are there. So these figures we've been looking at come from numerous sources. Lucia, who conducted this very study in Latin American business from 2000 to 2000. Another issue that I think that's important is that we get a rough idea of how many inmates there are per 100,000 inhabitants in Colombia or American. And as we see there, the countries that with the highest number, according to the 2021 figures, which is the second year of the pandemic, there, the Ecuador leads the way, followed by Cuba, the United States, and Panama right there in fourth place. Virgin Islands, the Bahamas, Uruguay, and Brazil are also there, according this matter of this per 100,000 inhabitants. So in Panama, we've seen improvements because a while back in the year 2011, we had 18% of those deprived of liberty were there as non-convicted prisoners. Then by 2012, we had 65.3%. And in the year 2014, we dropped to 62.5. In other words, Panama gradually realized that we were abusing constitutional detention. We had to keep improving. So by the time the Code of Criminal Procedure came into effect, because the Panamanian Code of Criminal Procedure didn't come into effect at the same time. It was gradually implemented in the different judicial districts. So by the years 2017 and 2018, we have already fully implemented the code throughout the country. So by June 2019, we already had a figure of 44% of provisional detainees and 56% of convicted. So what's interesting is that this study presented by the press explains that 44% we had at that time, 86% had already been held for more than a year. That is 6,515 people that had already been retrial detention for more than a year. In April 2022, the figure changed again, and now we have 35% of retrial detainees and 65% of defendants. Those figures remain the same because we're still reviewing the figures from March of this year. We are the latest. We have what would be the open data of the government, specifically the penitentiary system or the General Directorate of the penitentiary system. Shows that we still have 45% of defendants, is trial detainees, and 65 convicted. So due to time constraints, obviously we can't speak for all countries, but for me it was interesting to receive this information about the trial detainee population in Chile. Here it tells us that have also been changes, at least for the year 2012. There was a number of 10,823 defendants were indicted, which we can see that there are 305 inmates per 1,000 inhabitants. Then by the year 2024, October 31st, which is the date I have, there were 21,630 defendants and convicted 30, 36,416. So we see that there were 310 inmates per 100,000 inmates. Why does that happen? Because In the end, it seems that yes, in 12 years, the total number of people almost doubled. But we have to look at the whole issue of how precautionary measures were applied here and options are what options are available. But it seems interesting for us to see the increase in the percentage of people in pretrial detention according to the figures shown by Chile. So, in conclusion, because I know that the panel is short, we have to listen to the words of our colleagues. Preventive detention remains a necessary evil, but it's indiscriminate use. I believe it's neither the legislative nor the procedural response. We have to continue opting for other measurements. At least in our case in Panama, we have 10 measurements and the last is preventive. So we must continue working on the use of the other 9 measures so that we don't continue filling our pretrial detention centers. We must remember that the pretrial detention violates several rights, principles, and guarantees, including the right to liberty, the presumption of innocence, and that to a certain extent, this measure is based on the presumption of guilt of a person who has not yet been convicted, not gone through all the necessary processes or all the stages of the criminal process. Let's remember that in Latin America, there are different legal modalities that we can use to replace this pretrial detention or preventing detention. That's the case of with our legislation. We could include a ban of leaving the country, ban of attending certain places, financial security, or the use of electronic bracelets, among other things. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm at your service for anything you need. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, Maria Franca, which ultimately certainly highlights some problems in compliance with the measures. I would only add to the topic to see if the discussion takes place later in the questions. By the way, I highlight in Chile the situations that have been reported, for example, at the Santiago 1 complex, where there are people who were initially serving pre-trial detention and their relationship, right, with the convicted prisoners. There will definitely will be some discussion list in the questions. Next, I want to introduce the following presentation, which will be given by Olga Espinosa Mavila. She holds a PhD in social science for the University of Chile, a master's degree in law for the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. And she's the current coordinator of a master's program in criminology and citizen security management at the same university. She's also a member of the Human Rights Steering Committee at the same university. Olga is going to introduce us to discussion about violence and organized crime in prisons in Latin America from a gender perspective. Thank you very much for the invitation, for the presentation, Gloria. And I also take this opportunity to thank the Center for Justice Studies of the Americas, CEJA, and the University of Talca for organizing this event and for considering me to be part of this discussion. Very My intention is to quickly problematize what we understand by prison violence. I think it's both fundamental. Sometimes we assume that everyone is clear about what we are referring to, what phenomenon we are we are actually trying to understand under this term. I want to make a brief reference, not so brief but important, to what we could call violence in the context of women's prison. It's so important, even irrelevant from some public policy perspective. Then I'm interested in making connection with organized crime in more general terms, and then also with organized crime in the context of women's prisons, to conclude with some final thoughts. Yes, please. Well, this is a graph that is extremely important because it presents information on homicides in prisons compared to homicides in non prison settings, that is, in freedom. And here, the important thing you want to see clearly, especially those in the background, especially the graph, but it's a document prepared by United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. It's a major report on homicides. And in this graph, above all, what it does, it highlight the homicide rate per 100,000 inhabitants, trying to establish a comparison, as I was saying, between homicides in prisons and those outside. And there is a complex trends in some countries, Chile being one of the most complex. Chile has a rate that exceeds 90 points per 100,000 inhabitants in prisons, whereas in the rest of the world, this figure doesn't even reach 5 points. Well, a similar trend, but not as serious as the one observed in Chile, can also be identified in Argentina and Costa Rica. In short, in these countries, it's much more likely to die in prison than to die outside. An opposite trend can be observed in other countries such as El Salvador, Honduras, where it is much riskier to die outside, to be the victim of a homicide outside of prison than inside. But this is one of the most complex issues, is one of the most studied issues. But the question we should ask ourselves is homicidal violence the only form of violence that occurs in the prison context? And here it is worth taking some authors that have made an effort to try to conceptualize the term of prison violence. Another, Anthony Boddocks, with a long career in this field, argues that prison violence can be organized and or classified into four major forms of violence: interpersonal violence, which occurs between individuals; interpersonal violence, which is self inflicted violence. Very specifically, when we refer to interpersonal violence, we have some examples. Collective violence is primarily which occurs in massive contexts or in numerically significant contexts, and institutional violence, which is exercised by the prison authorities. However, this type of violence does not necessarily include other forms of violence that have also been identified elsewhere. And I want to mention two: psychological violence, which have been analyzed and, well, exposed by the World Health Organization, meaning psychological or emotional abuse that involves inflicting psychological suffering on a person. And this is a particularly important type of violence because we'll see when we take a look at the context of women's prisons that this type of violence plays a special role in this field. Now, all of these violence types mentioned up to this point, including the psychological one, is violence that would be understood as directly exercised violence. Galton in 1969 already proposed a distinction between direct violence, that is, violence perpetrated by identifiable actors, and that can be attributed to one or more individuals. And he differentiated them from another type of violence that is also important to take into consideration: structural violence, understood as violence that is not limited to direct acts or acts attributable or specific individuals, but rather to structural violence or superstructure individual dynamics that operate not only at a single moment, but rather over time on different levels. This is a form of violence, as you can imagine, difficult, but very relevant to analyze, especially in the case of women and other specific groups. Now, there are various studies. When one looks at the research that has been produced around prison violence, one can identify that the majority of studies focus on interpersonal violence, that is, violence that affects individuals, with particular attention paid on deaths. However, in addition to death, understood as homicide, there are other types of interpersonal violence that significantly impact prison dynamics. Along with these, one can classify those that fall within lethal violence. The included, for example, the gendarmerie classification, injuries such as sharp or stabbing objects. It falls within a lethal category, which of them result in deaths. And there are other types of violence that are non-lethal, such as blunt force injuries, fights, or physical assault. And in this last group, also still within interpersonal violence, are sexual assaults. In the case of women, these aspects are are just as present as in the case of men, except there are some nuances in certain protagonisms. The audio's gone. Gita, we can't hear you. Oh, what a shame. They're trying to resolve it. Now we can. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Yes. Well, we're just commenting that there is a significant presence of interpersonal violence, physical violence, but of a non-lethal nature in women's prisons, and not only a net just a natural presence, but an overrepresentation. That is, in these prisons, there's much more non-lethal violence, but much more violence than in men's prisons, and that requires special attention, if you will. Having conducted, especially with an emphasis on violence in women's prisons, that have been trying to identify that one can observe violence before incarceration in the group of women who are incarcerated and violence during incarceration. In the pre incarceration setting, especially physical and sexual violence, is reported both in relationships and during childhood, and in the intra prison setting, that is during incarceration, a lot of psychological violence and also physical and psychological abuse, both by other inmates and by people who work within the system. So, in the light of that, we ask ourselves, we now have a small problem. We ask ourselves what the relationship is between prison violence and organized crime. There are several points worth highlighting, but I'd like to move on to the next one. Yes, thank you. David Scarbeck, one of the research and academics who has produced the most work on the dynamics and interaction of criminal organizations in the prison context. Scarbeck argues that, like society in general, prisons face the constant challenge of maintaining order. This involves establishing rules, resolving conflicts, settling disputes, and controlling disruptive behavior. Order is therefore an aspiration of authorities, prison staff, but it's also an aspiration of inmates because it's a guarantee of survival. It's that basic. But also, in general terms, if it matters to an inmate, it also matters to criminal organizations. For his perspective, those prisons where criminal organizations concentrate power would present fewer episodes of violence. Meanwhile, those prisons where power is decentralized would see more episodes of violence. It doesn't refer to the severity of violence, but to any type of violence. There can be serious violence in either format. Next, but what happens in the case of women? Most of research that have been given in relation to women and their ties to organized crime have been focused on trying to first identify what their roles been, and above all, to identify whether they have had leadership roles or active participation, and mainly also trying to understand the motivations for women's participation in activities classically linked to trafficking. But not only drug trafficking, but also other crimes that comprise organized crime, such as human trafficking, migrant smuggling, and among other. And these studies have been revealing that women are not just victims; they are often victims, but they also have an active participation in these types of organizations. What happens in the context of prison? We know that the number of women has increased, and that an increasing number of them in prison are women who are incarcerated for drug trafficking. But what is their relationship with organized crime? And there is less research on this subject. However, there are some elements worth highlighting. First, a very interesting study developed by Ospina Escobar in 2024 was highlighted that in context of Mexico, Mexico, there was indeed a special interest on the part of women to get involved in organized crime because in some way, through this involvement, they access the dynamics of autonomy and agency. However, this same study argues that this autonomy is a relative and transitory autonomy because it depends on the masculine hierarchical structures that will determine how long this intended autonomy or this autonomy aspired to by women is maintained. It's evident in person context. It's somewhat more limited aerial observation, but understanding that these are spaces primarily dominated by predominantly male hierarchical structure, we can assume that the levels of autonomy they have a level of subordination to these leaderships. On the other hand, in some other studies that are part of a larger investigation that we're developing together with my colleagues Mara Gutierrez and Paula Martina, we were able to identify that, for example, in criminal organizations in Brazil, which are commanded primarily by Primeiro Comando da Capital, they have a level of interference, for example, punish women when they do not fulfill their role as traditional wives with respect to other participants within the PCC, which also draws attention to the point of how much certain patriarchal structures are also highlighted in the functional dynamics in which women are organized and organized crime relate in some contexts. And finally, yes, it is interesting to note that when we look at some countries such as Chile or other Latin American countries, the approach to the world of women linked to, to traditionally related crimes to organized crime is mainly much more descriptive in order to try to understand who these women are, where they fit, what they fit in, what their motivations are. But there's not enough research that allows us to ask what happens with other crimes that are not more than just trafficking. Those others that are also important to organized crimes, such as human trafficking or migrant trafficking. What is the role of ties? The role of organized crime in women's prisons. Who are their leaders, and what are they? Are they identified by prison authorities? Authorities? What is their relationship with them? Finally, it is extremely important to recognize that prison violence is a phenomenon that generates various harmful effects, not only by affecting the fundamental rights of prisoners, but also by affecting the dynamics of professional practice and the functional performance of prison staff, affecting reintegration processes and generating costs for the state, among others. But the most complex aspect is that it introduces a scenario of delegitimation for the state, opening up the possibility for organized crimes to gain prominence. All of these dynamics must be definitely analyzed from a gender perspective because gender allows us to understand the spaces of power that alter the traditional structure of the different spaces when prison is not exception. Thank you so much. Demological reflection on the types of prison violence, which is quite interesting, and also, of course, contributed to elucidating the roles of women within the criminal organizations in prisons. To conclude our panel, we'll give the presentation by Luis Weil Ricobaran. He's a sociologist with a master's degree in social science from the School of Advanced Studies in Social Science in France. He has conducted research and consulting in the analysis of an evaluation of public policies on juvenile criminal justice, the monitor of rights in juvenile detention centers, child protection systems, and victimization and violence service in several Latin American countries for various national and international agencies. Luis is currently in charge of prison police function of the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Chile. He is going to present a presentation right on violence and human rights in prisons. Thank you very much. I don't know if this is connected. Yes. Well, thank you very much to the Justice Center of Americas for this invitation and to this university, the University of Talca, for this seminar, and especially for including the matter of human rights, this matter which sometimes seems or it's a matter of controversy and not necessarily well understood. I'd like to address the issue of violence from the most comprehensive perspective possible and understand that there are a series of factors that, well, even my predecessors have addressed several. But I think it's relevant. Right. Jose Luis Perez Guadalupe spoke at the beginning about problems of prison. There, I think there's first a point that is important to mention regarding sometimes. It's difficult to talk about prison because in reality we don't have one prison. We have different types of prison: women's prisons, men's prisons, pretrial detention centers, and center for convicted offenders. Sometimes there's mixed, sometimes not. Well, in Chile we have concession or non-concession facilities, traditional ones. Well, there's a wide variety of actors and also of sizes. People who are in very large prisons, right? These are where a series of services are already provided, which imply a certain security model, a certain control and management. But we have small prisons in smaller cities, in provinces, in extreme places where there is less service and where other forms of crime also exist, which are populating those prisons. I think all these nuances are important to consider. The same goes when we talk about the presence of assets of organized crime in prisons, because indeed there are some differences. The presence or absence of organized crime, well, of course, it's also different and can affect or exist or prevail in different ways. Well, I think it's an important aspect, and therefore it's also relevant to say that right, because, well, the presence of or absence of certain individuals within it also generates a relevant limit. And the large presence of foreigners in the north can make us think, for example, where there has been a very significant expansion in the foreign population within the penitentiary system. A few years ago, no more than 100% of the prison population was foreign origin. Today, we're reaching 13, 15. In the north, in some places, it also exceeds 40%. And that has consequence. And that the topic we're addressing also has a relevance of what must be viewed with caution. But even there, we must be able to generate some differences in the analysis because it's not the same when we talk about the fact that in northern prisons there are more than 500 Bolivian women or Mara origin general peasants who are there because of the strictures that the law 20,000 has generated. The fact that means there are many more women there. But people who are also related to part of a chain, drug trafficking, and the passage of drugs from Bolivia to Chile, but who are not necessarily involved in the highly organized forms of this network. We can almost speak of people who are victims of trafficking. And by the way, an element that we don't see that has been mentioned in real time state that has been true, Olga, he says in the presentation, which I think we can ignore, is that indeed facing an impressive growth in the prison population in recent years, and it has a lot to do with what the government and academia has been arguing, right? That the gendarmerie, there are legal effects that are having consequences to the consequence for the prison population. There's been an enormous expensive growth in the last 5 or 6 years, and that's implied higher levels of overcrowded than expected. The capacity of the prison system is often overwhelmed and it also impacts management. Sometimes when the numbers don't seem to be that overcrowded, the reality is that within large prisons, there's little room for segment the prison population. That means that there might be modules with plenty of space because there are people being segmented by the level of danger, by the classification in terms of criminal complexity that has been established. But there are facilities where there are segments, modules, or dormitories where are 200, 300, or 400 overcrowding because, or over 100% overcrowding because these more specialized space are precisely required. That is to say, both crime rates and charges in crime rates among the prison population are having significant effects on the prison population in Chile today. This also it's in line with that same trend as many countries in the region. Sometimes it's something that several of the speakers today have already presented. In that sense, Chile isn't very different from those countries. But certainly, according to the ranking presented a little bit a while ago in one of the presentations, today we're much higher in terms of the number of people deprived of liberty per 100,000 inhabitants, supporting 300 per 100,000, which is a high number. In other words, in the face of crime and what we are experiencing, there is a penal response. There's a cumulative effect pen- penitentiary system is showing. And it's also linked to certain things that aren't new in our penal system, but that clearly exacerbate the problem, which has to do with the shortage of goods and services, poor prison conditions, and different speed. Serving a prison sentence in a concessionary facility is not the same as serving a prison sentence in a traditional facility far from an urban area. It's different in the Castro or in the Hachapi prison. In sense of being managed by the state, there are many more difficulties, right? There are series of conditions. Let's say it's a favorable environment for the development of organized crime within prisons and elimination of criminal gangs. And in that sense, it's clear the prison administration and the management, in that sense, have prioritized, and that's something perhaps worth discussing in more detail. One of the aspects to be able to precisely generate that control that has to do with order and security within the facilities. regarding the quotes and about Scarbeck, right? My predecessor, Olga Espinosa. So, of course, that can indeed have an effect, but it's not necessarily without risk because indeed all those elements that we were talking about also open up a space in which we cannot help but observe that it has to stop formal and informal agreements to ensure order within the prison system because ultimately along with the growth of the drug market outside and the drug market inside prisons also increased and it's very very profitable market therefore generates significant business opportunities and in this regard there is definitely an illegal black market for drugs but also for other services that are scarce and that in general prisoners depend on their families to provide. We're talking about mattresses, clothing, food, hygiene items, cleaning supplies, which the prison administration certainly provides, but it's never enough. And that means there's a very broad market for goods inside prisons where both inmates and gendarmerie personnel, unfortunately, that who participate, and that implies that there's that the value of those assets inside the prison is multiplied not only by two or three, but sometimes by 10. Buying a phone is very profitable. Selling a phone is very profitable inside the prison, and is as is buying drugs inside the prison, and there is purchasing power inside the prisons. Marcelo Berman, in an article he published a few years ago, uh, talking about the regarding governance within prisons. He regarding how this growth is explained. He supported the thesis that regarding violence, the greater the hegemony control of certain gangs is, the lower the level of violence will be. That is the thesis proposed by Berman and Fontavela. And that when one looks at all those aspects that actually appear precisely in a rather favorable environment, we find ourselves with the presence of these legal markets, the risk, uh, what, how it's called, prison officers also getting involved, and that in Chile, the levels of violence within penitentiary facilities are not low, and there are also variations. By the way, regarding prisons. That's why it's difficult to talk about prison. We're not longer talking about the same prisons. Forms of control that are exactly the same from one prison to another. But in general terms, I really like the graph that Olga presented. Regarding that graph that shows the world homicide report, it's a phenomenon that hasn't changed much. There's been some decrease, hasn't there? But broad terms, when one compares the homicide rate inside prison and what happens outside prison, the gap is enormous. It multiplies by at least 10 times. What we can see is that as of 2021, at least, and what the homicide rate reported, right? Globally, for every 100,000 people deprived of liberty, 8.5 people were murdered. And in Chile, we're talking about 61 people for every 100,000 people deprived of liberty. And at least, and that figure has even at much higher amounts. We've reached 90 or 100 for every 100,000 people deprived of liberty. I mean, there's no decrease, still very high. We're already talking about a very significant number, 8.5 worldwide, 6 per 100,000, correct? So there is a fragmentation indeed. I insist on that because one does find modules within prisons that there are high levels of oppression every day in the former penitentiary model. Sometimes it happens very frequently, and of course, it seems to show us the opposite. Let's say we're facing a crisis and a constant confrontation between gangs and not the hegemonic control of a single one. The curious thing is that in some prisons, there are indeed very peaceful, high complexity modules where there is particularly no violence or confrontation between people. deprived of liberty, and that fact precisely makes us think about the thesis proposed by Bergman and Fodevilla. Now, why are you managing this better? Because conditions have changed. Access to these goods and services is better provided. All these aspects of information that we as the Committee of Operation of Torture tend to monitor, and in general, of course, what we see now, and that's something that worries us, right, is that many times access depends on these services depend on the site, but often they also depend precisely on and must be provided from within, which exposes people precisely to these illegal markets. And often the provision of services isn't just about being able to access good services, but also protection. And that speaks precisely to violence. And excessive protection, one, you can buy it with money. One can buy also by joining what's called participating in these gangs. So, of course, I want to emphasize this because ultimately it seems that the efforts being made address one aspect of the problem, which has to do, for example, with the control of communications in relation to criminal governance. And Bergman and Fondevilla, well, Skarbek himself, talk about these differences between the internal governance of a prison being able to access these markets during conditions criminal gangs can play a role, but also the control of crimes externally. In that sense, the control of communications, of course, addresses one aspect, but management also addresses another aspect that has a lot to do with the issue of security. We have a big problem regarding some systemic weakness and the incentives that exist. We still observe a lot of weakness in terms of effective supervision, enforcement, and compliance with procedures. There's a wide variety of regulations the gendarmerie, which often makes it difficult for the administration itself to monitor compliance. There are so many that some officials struggle to remember which one is enforced and which one we can apply. Access to the program offerings is also a problem. So there's poor use of time, very limited, very specific population. There's scarce resources. Those who access program are in the last third of a sentence. Means that at least two-thirds of the population have no access or any typical or very limited to offer, especially when we talk about people in pretrial detention, which basically have a very poorly structured time structure, let's say, which effectively favors enrollment or participation in these types of criminal gangs. To conclude, I basically wanted to say that I think it's important to observe some of the problems involved with respect to compliance and international human rights standards. I think impunity as a structural incentive is a big problem in terms of the investigation that the public ministry can conduct regarding the commission of crimes within prisons. Crimes ranging from unlawful coercion to torture to the interpersonal aggression regarding interpersonal violence, amalgamation. There's a lack of effective sanctions for serious crimes, and it includes human rights violation. One were to enter into a logic, a risk benefit calculation, it would rather favor criminal organizations within prisons. The probability of being investigated or convicted is low, and that strengthens the perception that criminal activity within prisons is in. It seems important to me that the connection between corruption and organized crime, and there's also an erosion of the rule of law. I also think it's important to strengthen the idea of accountability. The role of the gendarmerie is playing in investigating crimes has also been mentioned. I think that indeed has two sides. One side is perhaps positive, but there is indeed close knowledge that what happens within the units and may also be perhaps more efficient than our investigative units. Also have risks in terms of corruption. There is also international standards behind then there are perhaps looking at, let's say, the moment that they may be in institutions of personnel investigating these types of crimes. The Minnesota Protocol, the Mandela Rules, a simple protocol, in general recommended a certain autonomy on the part of the agencies that investigate within prisons, something worth looking at, or at least taking into consideration because they can also have effects, they can also have consequences for the human rights violations. Access to justice and the truth, the fact that victims have effective protection and knowledge, I think it's important to be able to make progress on this as well. Witness protection is essential, otherwise, it is very difficult to make progress in the investigation of crimes in the face of potential reprisals from the administration itself or the people deprived of their liberty. And finally, to close my speech, I think it's very difficult to compete, just as it happens abroad, with organized crime, legal gangs, let's say, with the recruitment of those people, unless the supply and coverage are strengthened. That requires resources, not only in the provision of professionals, but also in uniform personnel. This requires guarantees in terms of security, but also programs that are effective and based on evidence so that the people who participate in them can integrate into society. Let's not forget that prison also has an impact on people. During that period, attention is also required in that matter. Therefore, the focus can not be solely and exclusively on how they will be integrated in terms of acquiring certain skills to be able to reintegrate into the workforce of their outside, but rather consider the effects of deprivation during the period in which they are either in pretrial detention or sentenced. Thank you very much. Louis, the prison situation affecting both inmates and also Chilean gendarmerie officials, which ultimately impact human rights. To conclude the panel, I apologize because we're going to have to limit the time allotted for questions a little bit. What we're going to do to avoid leaving this space an opportunity is that we're going to open at least two questions so as not to delay the programming so much. So I understand that anyone who has a question, you can raise your hands. Any for any of our speakings, any questions? Raul, thank you so much. Well, thank you very much to the speakers and for everything that you have talked about. There's something that worries me, and I'd like to know the opinion of both the speakers here and those following online. Is what has recently occurred a sort of a or normalization of organized crime. I feel it as the state is gradually been reducing the spaces, and in some way, though not indirectly, it's also been handing over certain spaces to organized crime. In other words, what I appreciate is that the phenomenon is here to stay. In other words, we have to live with these realities in some way. So the question is there any way to really confront it so we can say, let's reverse the situation? Because if you look at 15 or 20 years ago, crime wasn't an issue. I mean, it was an issue of organized crime, but it wasn't like that we're seeing now. We see the media constantly question, there's space. And what we see is, well, there's not much else to do. So the question is, are there a way to address this? Is prison the only answer? We need to take other measurements because the other day I was talking very briefly with the Santiago government about the issue. It's one of the biggest concerns is child soldiers, that is, children on the streets who don't study but are drawn into organized crime. And I think those kids who are there should speak out, but probably the possibility of reversing that situation is slim. And that means that the state is not present. To generate a desire to talk, I wasn't addressing anyone in particular. There's another question. Let's give it another chance. We don't have time. We're going to give a space for another question. We don't have time. I'm so sorry. It's not working. Yes, we can hear it. My question is, let's see. It goes to Jose Luis Perez and Mr. Vidal. The United Nations Office for on Drugs and Crime, when it talks about organized crime, states that organized crime, to establish itself in countries, There must be necessarily a degree of corruption. In other words, organized crime has a direct link with corruption. It has to do with the level of establishment of organized crime in the country. Probably 10 years ago in Chile, we wouldn't have thought that we had or that we don't have that problem. But I think that given the progress we've made today, having pointed this out, the influence of corruption on organized crime, I would like to ask the question specifically regarding prison management. We talk a lot about organized gangs within prisons, but I'd like to know your opinion, what the links between the gangs are, and also with functional crimes. And because for us to have these homicide rates, as has been pointed out, kidnapping, extortion, oh, sorry, not kidnapping, extortion, and all prisons, it's happening because it's a controlled place. Therefore, as prison management, what is your vision regarding the prison management and prison control are doing regarding the establishment of organized crime in prisons? I think we are too far behind. Regarding the first one, if you want to start, we can go in order of presentation. Yes, we can start with Jose Luis. Hello, how are you? Good morning again. Especially the last question, although to say first one, organized crime is here to stay. It's the same question as migration. Migration is also here to stay in our countries. It may change a little. Some things may be reversed, but basically these phenomena are very difficult be modified, especially because the origins of the countries they come from haven't changed. And even if they do, that'll be also very difficult to undo due to a series of economic, cultural, family, and other factors. So the factors of crime must also be addressed. If you ask yourselves, is it here to stay in principle? Yes, and we have to think of it as such, and we hope that little by little they will decrease. Regarding the second question, the issue of corruption, and basically in prisons. Let's see if organized crime, because common crime is studied a normal phenomenon. If well organized crime, in my opinion, the prison system that has some kind of validity or dominance, which is why we need to differentiate between self-organization, co-governance, and self-governance. Three distinct categories, and they need to be considered in each reality. But if organized crime has any kind of presence, activity in prison, it's basically due to three things. First, negligence. Authorities can't control it basically due to overcrowding, understaffing, low technology, outdated infrastructure, etc. Secondly, it's due to fear. That is, organized crime has reached such an extent that it's beginning to threaten officials, in this case of the gendarmerie, penitentiary institutions. But the third point is corruption, which is, in my opinion, the vast. I mean, there might be negligent, negligence, yes, fear is perhaps less prevalent in our countries than in other countries, like Venezuela, that is, okay, they'll kill you or kill you if you don't comply, or Central America. But I think that we're all at risk of generalizing, and that talking about prison is a generalization, even more so in Latin America. Those of us who know about that know there is a huge difference between one country and another, which in one there's a huge difference within the perimeter, within the same one way to another, there can be differences. In general, there's top governments take over to large to coupled to corruption. In some countries less. But for example, when connected security, we have for 40,000, there are 100,000. Apart from the other crowded, we have the most corruption. Nadia, I don't know if you're interested in answering either of the questions. So let's go to Olga and then Luis. I'm going to try to answer the question. The, the first question, Raul's. Let's see. It's a very complex question, but I think it's worth observing a couple of elements associated with how criminal organizations that have this significant effect are established, especially in the prison context. And those who have studied the phenomenon have first identified milestone. I don't know if it's just one milestone, but a set of milestones associated with a violation of rights of such seriousness that it has in some way provoked the legitimization of criminal organization. This was especially seen in the formation of the first command of the capital, and in the case of Venezuela, when a variety of massacres happened that lead to literally a escape from the national territorial space to flow into different contexts. That somehow marks a need for coordination to survive and also provides a semblance of legitimacy to being able to begin to form and adhere, or rather other people adhere to the cause of effective organization. And added to that, there is the element effectively that you rightly highlight, the absence of the state. Meanwhile, we can precisely observe that those countries where there is a greater presence and prominence are countries or regions or places where the state is less present and where it effectively stopped take charge of a series of areas so that organized crime could take over. I mean, not without intention, but organized crime has taken over. And in those places where this level of presence doesn't exist, it's partly because there is a stronger state. But in other places, there are other additional elements because there is an organized civil organization that is organized to respond in dialogue with the state to the multiple problems, as is somewhat what Jose Luis has told us is happening in the Peruvian penitentiary system. Thank you very much, Olga Luis. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Well, first, regarding with what Raul Carnevale is raising, right? And according to Jose Luis, I think there are very clear signs that organized crime is present in Chile. Let's say crimes has changed, homicide rates have increased, and the increase is due to changes in the forms of crime. It's a warning, but it doesn't mean that today we have the same levels of violence or the presence of organized crime as in other countries in the region. This doesn't tell us we should remain calm. Quite the contrary, we have to take all the necessary warnings, measures, and precautions. But we also perhaps pay attention to things we haven't paid attention for years, which have precisely emphasized in my presentation regarding the neglect of human rights, neglect of the supply of penitentiary management, not only in terms of security, but also consequences for the consolidation of those criminal networks. That is the point, because you begin to compete with those criminal networks, and there's nothing new. This has been literature for many years, not only inside prison, but also outside. So, faced with that, one says, is prison first the answer to the problem? We have evidence that by putting more people in prison, we'll reduce the deal of severe blown to the one who organized even managed to isolate them inside prison. The truth is that the evidence is insufficient in that regard. It's indeed at the mission of the response regarding impunity, also with respect to certain crimes, but it's by no means sufficient to deal out a definitive and total blow to organized crime. That won't be enough. In fact, we have a large prison population in Chile, and even so, well, they haven't changed in the crime profile. So yes, we still have relatively low homicide rates, but they are not so low anymore. We already are at the average of countries that are the highest and are at the lowest level of homicide rate. Let's say we are not in the 30s or 80s per 100,000. We're not the Northern Triangle in Central America. It should look, but it's still a violent place where there is precisely a dispute between the control of security by the state and these criminal gangs. But there's still a lot of fragmentation. There's no gang capable of There's no total organized crime over control prisons. It doesn't exist yet. It's still controlled by the institutions, by their gendarmeries, by the forces of the law and order, both inside and outside. There's violence, but there's a presence of organized crime, but it's also participation in the black market, and there's corruption. There's prison of extortion, and that prison of extortion sometimes has to do precisely with the need to resources and protection from other gangs that have more power than ourselves. In order to be able to defend ourselves and survive inside prison, which speaks to the very guarantee of security that the state should offer, it's not fully fulfilled either, right? It also calls how the state also guarantees the security of people deprived of liberty. Should the state guarantee that for me, or should I pay for it for someone who's also deprived of liberty like me? That's the point. How do we make those things compete in the end? And where the state takes the lead, the state must also guarantee the safety of those deprived of liberty. If we measure the number of fights and the number of homicides of security index, we are they're more or less there. It's the problem. We clearly realize we still have a problem. There are many spaces where the state competes with prisons and with organized crime, and in many of them, either organized crime or criminal gangs may not be part of such large transnational networks. Someone can be done something. If something can be done, at least in the prison system, I think things can be done. Some of them are being done, but I think the issue of impunity is important. That the public prosecutor's office effectively conduct the investigation within prisons, and the truth is discovered. And for that, we have to create incentives, and those incentives have to do with protecting victims, avoiding retaliation, and reaching a verdict. So it's relevant to achieve a verdict in human rights and correction cases because it strengthens the coverage of the state using structuring the quality time for people in pretrial detention is relevant because there are almost no offers for people in pretrial detention. These people do practically nothing all day. They go out to the yard, they go into the cells, they eat, they exercise a little, they play ball, some play chess, and pay attention that the public defender's office also shown this data more than a half, and I'm being modest. I understand that we're talking about practically 60% of people who are in pretrial detention are not ultimately sentenced to imprisonment. That's something that we have to take into account. We are using public resources, right? And that's expensive. Could be investing it in something else. In that sense, the solution we adopted doesn't seem efficient. Have a Center of Study of Justice of Americans and the Center of Study of Criminal Law in the University of Talca. We thank our former speakers for their participation as well as the audience who have been with us both online and in person. Violence, organized crime, and prisons in Latin America for their valuable contributions. Now, I invite you to enjoy a coffee break, which will take place on the first floor next to the exhibition hall. We'll meet again in 10 minutes to continue with the second panel discussion. Coming up will panel discussion titled Social and Penitentiary Management After the Crisis in Ecuador. This second panel will be moderated by Camilo Velasquez, a researcher in organized crime at CEJA. Speakers joining us at this panel are Eduardo Saldon Vider, former director of Ecuador's penitentiary system, Raul Carnival, director of the Center of Criminal Law Studies at the University of Talca, Pia Green, researcher at the University of San Sebastian, and Katerina Droppelman, director of the Center for Justice and Society Studies at the Pontifical Catholic University. We now invite the moderator and panelists to begin this second panel. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Well, this second panel will continue the discussions we had in the first part of the event in the morning, providing a panoramic diagnosis of the current situation of some of the region prison systems, especially the impact of prison management and structural prison problems on the state of organized crime, both in this sense, but also vice versa. The first presentation will be given by Eduardo Saldavider, former Director General of the National Service for Comprehensive Care for Adults of Liberty, the institution in charge of prison management in Ecuador. He will discuss prison management and social rehabilitation after the prison crisis that began in Ecuador at the end of 2021. Go ahead, Louise. Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, we can. Yeah. I don't know if this small PowerPoint is ready with some lessons learned. I don't know whether it's ready or else. There it is. There it is. Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, the next one, please. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. It's important to note I was in office for practically 15 months. Within that, it is necessary to know that the National Social Rehabilitation System, as of 2018, ceased to be the Ministry of Justice. However, this department, which manages detention centers and centers for adolescent offenders, has the rank of the ministry. I was also fortunate to be in Chile precisely at the invitation of the International Development Bank, where this topic was discussed. That's important as the lessons learned starting my administration in November, December 2023. A diagnosis was made, but a real diagnosis. As we verified, as indicated, there was a lack of governance and undoubtedly that caused circumstances to explode. It's important to inform you that the president, through the State Public Security Council, established an internal armed conflict because we presented a diagnosis, among other things. There was an inorganic overcrowded. So that we have 35 prisons in Ecuador, some of which have inadequate infrastructure, and many of the centers are more than 180 years old, and the newest ones 2 or 3 decades old. And we were able to verify because we carried out a real census. We were getting crowded because In the centers, the gangs handle the government governance, the organized crime groups, and undoubtedly we found an infrastructure that was damaged, chaotic, and underutilized in some ways. So that's the first thing of importance. And I was able to verify. I also had the opportunity in some countries, undoubtedly, they have those similar characteristics. And that's because, in my opinion, social rehabilitation in our region is not a priority in society. Unfortunately, it's far away. Today, we live in circumstances of organized crime, and we're beginning to talk about that problem. We're meeting wise, it's fundamental, and I'm going to present the solutions we've established an 8-year master plan with the purpose of generating detention centers uh, to be able to have an adequate classification, and above all, will the ultimate goal, which is rehabilitation and social reintegration, for which lands of at least 10 hectares, where the detention centers can be built technically, where we also have the treatment accesses for with an adequate classification. So that's to avoid this overcrowding. Likewise, right now in the country, two maximum security centers are currently being built, each of each with a combined capacity of 1,600 people, which didn't exist in Ecuador. For your information, the most modern centers, such as Taxi and Guayas, have the same characteristics for classification as maximum, medium, and minimum security. This master plan was presented to the president to fulfill within a medium term vision of 4 to 8 years. Similarly, there was, and I provided limited information about the penitentiary system, but it was very little. So what you should know right now is that we have around 32,000 people deprived of their liberty in their closed regime, and about 50 100 people in a semi-open regime. From this, we've already generated uh, an adequate penitentiary information system establishing. It's under construction this year, a year and a half, establishing the ages, type of crime, including the problem. We also have at the regional level the issue of pretrial detention. Within this information from the penitentiary system, we were able to detect that approximately 10 to 11,000 people were in pretrial detention without a final sentence. We'll then discuss the problems that require interagency work, that is, with the prosecutor's office and the justice system. Likewise, we are establishing the level of crimes. What I can tell you is that the majority, a high percentage, also include sexual violence crimes. We also establish campaigns with other ministries with the aim of generate better culture in rural areas, because in our country, due to its multiculturalism, there are paradigms regarding, let's say, another issue that I was also about in the first panel. We verified as is widespread corruption. Unfortunately, we had spoken about the social rehabilitation system, the criminal dynamics of corruption within the centers with food, the commissaries, visits, release forms, access to medical treatment, incredibly. So we also, it's important that I'm going to talk about here, requested the participation of the national police and the armed forces since the national social rehabilitation system and the prison guards lack. Likewise, I want to convey to you that we manage all types of military capacity carry small arms were suppressed for certain mental. This widespread corruption was seen because it moved criminal and economic dynamics, charging and exporting the families of people deprived of food, for the food, for supplies, for the commentary. It's been reduced, it's been pacified. Yeah, this is a long term process. The important thing is that there is a commitment for all institutions. Similarly, there was an ineffective classification. Also, when I was in Chile, Colombia, and Peru, unfortunately, in many places, detention centers are classified according to founded according to the nominations of organized crime. To give you an example, bias in the wards. We found this. This is a word of Lobos. This is a word for Tiburones. This is a word with Choneros. This is a word for the etc. etc. So we also have the help and the lessons learned, mainly from the Italian model, where adequate classification is fundamental. But for that, we also have to have adequate detention centers with the infrastructure that allows. So what we've been also doing, centers, is restoring the wards, providing them with better conditions, better control. And for you, we're starting with the classification into maximum, medium, and minimum, considering several variables established in our comprehensive organic criminal code. But in addition, considering other variables with the goal of ensuring its likewise, we immediately intervened to classify and protect vulnerable populations. In our country, Article 5 of the Constitution says that children, adolescents, pregnant women, older adults, and other people with prior liberty have double vulnerability. So we achieved during this time of my administration, we carried out more than 3,500 transfer and classifications. Undoubtedly, it was done for the purpose of security, family closeness, by judicial provisions, but we were doing an adequate work. At the end of the year, when the maximum security detention center opens, we'll be able to exercise greater control. Undoubtedly, these people who are classified as maximum security, like in Brazil, for example, I was fortunate enough to be in Brazilian, will also be able to further reduce violence, even though it's under control. This way, we will also be able to pacify the rest of the centers and provide them with rehabilitation and social reintegration, which is the ultimate goal of a national rehabilitation. With this in mind, in February, I was in Vienna with the crime and delinquent, where we are establishing a proper alliances of training and advice. Likewise, we found many vulnerabilities in knowledge and technological capacity. Undoubtedly, the centers, you know, were kidnapped in December, and I was For the intervention, more than 120 people were kidnapped in 7 centers. Our intervention began as a result, but something worth highlighting is that we managed, excuse me for speaking in the first person, we managed to rescue without any human losses, and we already entered with law enforcement, and we were able to restore this peace. And undoubtedly, there is a plan to generate technological capacity since artificial intelligence and scanners were completely damaged. So at the moment, and then we're going to talk about traffic lights. Certain centers are established with more human talent, but the idea uh, is to recover electronic security capacity. Likewise, there is a lack of insufficient of training human talent. There is no career path. The United Nations says that the ratio is 4 to 7 for each person to private liberty. When we entered, it was 6 to 1. Signed and indicated with an executive decree from the ministry, a ministerial agreement from the state office in 2017, 2018. They were removed from even the little weaponry for the special groups. A training plan is currently being developed with the goal of training at least 1,500 people each year. We will also partner with different countries, with Brazil, Chile, and the European Union to create the institute, the school, and provide a appropriate career path. Likewise, so do you know if there was any neglect, the people in charge, the prison guards hadn't been provided with vests, uniforms, or vehicles. Likewise, we are acquiring armored vehicles because over the course of a year and a half, we've regretted attacks against some guards and directors. Likewise, we've implemented a traffic light system with some variables for prisons, and we also manage or used to manage juvenile delinquency centers. So this traffic light system allows us to generate better classification and pacify centers. And above all, and it's also important to establish an adequate visitation routine. Respecting the norm, the prisoner must establish a list of the people they want to visit. They want to visit them. Likewise, we coordinated primarily with the judiciary and judges to ensure there is no abuse. Uh, for example, in Ecuador, one problem we verify is especially the protection action. There was abuse. And the worst part is that these protection actions were aimed at providing semi-open or open names to leaders of GPO as they have proceeded. Consumer Office is aware at the moment with metastasis, a plague where it was evident that high-level authorities from the previous social rehabilitation system or judges, and they are conducting the process with the trial this way and improving this widespread corruption. I repeat, the traffic light system was fundamental. As I mentioned, we have 35 centers on 11 centers nationwide, and that helped with the purpose. Here too, we had we had problems because the country is geographically small. To give you an idea, from Loa, Further's point, from Cuenca or Eloro, we're talking about 3 or 4 hours. And we have first class paying road. So that also allowed us to perform likewise. We managed mixed sex complexes. Because, for example, in SY vaccine, we had at the same detention center, we had a bulk of women. Similarly, the transfer was carried out. For example, in Cotopaxi, all the women from Cotopaxi were transferred to the Tugurawa prison center, and it was made exclusively for women, leaving women behind. The same was done in Azwai, Piñar, Elora, and Loja. This also reduces respect the rights of people deprived of liberty because in the past they were anomalies. I had already mentioned the master plan to strengthen the social rehabilitation system. That's fundamental. And also raise the public awareness that good management of teacher reduces economic growth, domestic footprint, social drug trafficking, and mining. These the country social rehabilitation. Likewise, interagency services with the judiciary trying to because we have growing that also exists as I first go more out of fortunately part that was uh percent there many laws and other the last verify that trial or measures of the people trial and give that alternative measure just virtual detention centers project the purpose of them have control over other problem provide that and just will be used. At the time, the judicial authority mandated they had semi-open review and applications. It's being done and it was improved as well as the follow-up and the audit of these cases. And likewise, the weekly presentations were verified on site. And when we arrived, everything was sometimes done manually. This way, uh, the provisions of the judicial authority when were not they were applied, they did not comply, the revocation of the judicial order and an audit was initiated. Finally, we managed to become part of the penitentiary intelligence system, along with some talks I had with my peers in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia. The idea is also to generate a primary penitentiary intelligence system in the region, precisely because we have organized crime to be intertwined and have better information. Likewise, the idea is exchanges and training. Since I have 2 minutes, I may try to cover the possibility and undoubtedly social rehabilitation. Uh, bit this was a bit to once again the Ministry of Justice. However, it's not. He also established public policies and there's training to comply with the Mandela rules and the rules with the goal of providing dignified treatment and respect for human rights. My obligation was to safeguard and improve the living conditions of all persons that were problematic. I am very grateful and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Luis Eduardo Salvo the strategies to address such a significant crisis, and it also points to very different realities in the region. However, as presented in the first part of the event, in Chile there is a metamorphosis of the criminal phenomenon and a metamorphosis of the prison reality. And in this sense, the diagnosis of the impact of organized crime in Chile will be presented to us by Raul Carnevale, professor of criminal law, director of the Center for Criminal Law Studies at the University of Talca. He is also the lead researcher for the From the State project of organized crime, an examination from a legal and political perspective. Thank you so much. Greetings to everyone here, including those following us online. First off, in my capacity as director of the Criminal Law Center, I'd like to thank CEJA, director, and everyone working on the possibility of jointly organizing this interesting seminar where we are discussing very important current issues. My focus is on the impact of organized crime in Chile. I'm not going to focus so much on prison. I'm going to sort of say what is happening, the particular situation, the increase in crime, and I'm going to end with what measures could be adopted, but not linked to prison sentences, but rather other types of measurements that I believe are important to highlight, which I estimate could be or even more effective than prison sentences in combating organized crime. Well, I personally say I'm particularly optimistic. I'm optimistic by nature, but not so optimistic about what's happening in Chile and particularly in Latin America about what organized crime has been and how it has been expanding our continent. I want to illustrate that with an example that we are all experiencing, visualize how what's happening and what happened a few days ago on April 30th, the funeral of Carlos Acevedo, known as the Guatom Mutema. We all heard about, we all visualized it, we were worried about in this. It was a narco funeral that has been going on online. But why was so shocking? First off, the streets were closed, the schools were closed. There was a national broadcast. I don't know. I followed it. I don't know. I followed it on BOBO radio where they were interviewing people who lived in the area. The family members were interviewed. They were almost like a particularly striking situation. They were all people linked to drug trafficking, but they all said, I have nothing to do with drug trafficking. I'm a worker. I have nothing to do with it, but we help the community. All the neighbors here thank us for everything. So, well, why would they thank them? They do thank, but this particular is striking. All this happens because the state is not present. I mean, the neighborhood somehow resort to it. It's a way to understand if the state is not present. What we don't have police. We have to turn to someone for security, order, and protection against other bands because we can't help but remember that the neighborhoods where this happens are peaceful neighborhoods with a certain level of risk, and especially in that area of Culico. That's on the one hand. And in that situation, the context, what happened, the threats, even to the media, uh, while that was happening. On the that's on one hand, but on the other hand, need to keep that in mind is that the narco state, well, the narco funeral, sorry, was in some way organized by the state. The state provided a service in some way so that this funeral could take place peacefully, so that they could get from their neighborhood to the cemetery without anyone bothering them and without anyone disturbing them so that the people around them wouldn't be at risk. So this very curious situation arises involving people. were clearly linked to drug trafficking because Watom Mutem had just been released from prison. Well, so the state is lending him everything that this comes from this perspective. What concerns me, and that's why I asked the question in the last panel: is there a pushback from the state that's evident? You can't say no. A situation in which public spaces are handed over for them to demonstrate, and we saw that every day. A situation that one sees through the media how it is manifested, but the other situation is coming that worries me even more. Since this situation of normalization that is taking place, and this normalization implies the habituation and somewhat a less critical perspective. I mean, a kind of acceptance. It's a reality that we have. Fortunately, we have to accept it in some way. We have to say, well, what we're going to do. This already exists. The situation is getting stronger every time because that's how it is. We're getting stronger every time. Our neighborhoods, the police don't directly intervene. They're in some way indirectly, but security is being handed over to criminal now. So this sort of a normalization, this handover of security also implies role models. That's what particularly worries me because in that sense, children or minors say it's a way to get ahead. It's a kind of profession to follow. So who is it? Because Tomutema or whoever it is gives me protection, gives me a role model. So I'd like to be like and be able to achieve that. In that matter, also, you also want to emphasize that the matter of the so-called child soldiers is a reality in Chile as well. And children who don't go to school, who don't follow a formal work model, take precisely these kinds of considerations into account. So, of course, one of the questions I remember, which someone once asked me when I was working at the Santiago government, one of the major concerns within the Santiago government is how we can address this issue because it's particularly attractive. It's particularly difficult to get these children out of this model because it's a particularly attractive model because you earn a lot of money. So then, do you want me to follow my father's model, which barely makes enough for him to live on? I can say, of course, but our life expectancy working in this way is going to be relatively low. So what do I care? If I'm not going to have much life expectancy working in another way, that situation is happening. It's a situation that is truly worrying because this situation is happening, it's manifesting itself. And this is particularly, and I'm going to say that with particular concern, and of course, we're seeing it now, but let's not say that Chile that this is happening now. This is already happening little by little. One, one has to understand that all these criminal manifestations that suddenly appear, we're going to become Mexico overnight. Mexico certainly in the 80s or 70s wasn't the reality that is happening now. It was little by little. What's happening because little by little is also going to happen. That's what I'm going to say, a sort of connection through corruption or other manifestations between these criminal gangs because there are also situations that are there is a connection in this area. So these are manifestations that are happening. But unfortunately in Chile, and I had to discuss it, there's my friend Luis who can confirm for me, because we discussed it a lot, that we had indeed been seeing that for more than 10 years, at least 10 or 11 years. We talked about that many times. Nothing happened. There were bills in Congress that were left in the balance. It was until 2023 that the whole issue of confiscation came up. It was until the 23. I remember that Luis already saw, already talk about that in Congress more than 10 years ago when we needed to study the economic measurements. Now, and I would like to highlight, and Pia is here and Luis is here, the study that you published a month ago, the University of San Sebastian, the Center of Luis de Reyes, the CESCRAW, published a very interesting report on the impact of organized crime and how virus and the crimes associated to organized crime has grown very strongly, very intensely in this regard. So this is present, and it's not present in certain always linked to organized crimes in urban areas. But now organized crime is already present in rural areas. So that's quite worrying because, particularly in rural areas, we traditionally associated with quiet, peaceful areas where everybody knows about. Well, we're seeing that organized crime is already present because they are areas where police presence is effectively not weaker either for various reasons because they're traditionally quietest area, but also because of the difficulty in surveillance. But they're also working on various crimes linked to what could be drug trafficking in that matter. So in that matter, you cannot say that these are issues that won't happen to us or no, take it easy. We're working on that sense. I'm not saying that I'm not interpret me as saying that this lady is absent. I don't want to be understood from that perspective either. But there's been clearly spaces. Every time you mention small demonstrations, you suddenly say there is an area. There is an area. I remember you remember it's not linked to organized crimes, but an area of physical spaces that are closed because there are conflict zones. Anyway. So instead of the state taking over, that space is often reduced. So obviously, if that space is reduced, someone else takes it because that's how it is. So it's generally taken over by people linked to crime. So the risks that manifest themselves through organized crime and the impact that this has on citizens are evident. In that matter, the first consideration that I believe is the most worrying of all can be seen from various perspectives is that citizens are already losing confidence in state institutions. And that's also worrying in that matter, which can be for various reasons, either because the state itself begins to be absent, that is seen especially in the most peripheral areas or in those most dangerous populations from the perspective of what happens that the state is not present, and that's how it is. We can ignore that obvious reality. So, in that absence, others covered up risks as previously mentioned, obviously, and this is also particularly worrying, and especially from the perspective of rule of law. Rule of law is the corruption of public officials, public servants, where there begins to be a particular contact between the criminal world and the public official. It's a way that public official, who can be from various perspectives, can be an official or a state agency, a mid-level official, but the risks are that this could escalate and reach the parliamentary level, Congress people who are linked to promoting certain policies that may be related to what is intended. For example, in Italy, it's very common for everything related to waste, for example, matter of waste collection and even toxic waste to be in the hands of companies linked to drug trafficking or organized gangs. What in Italy has been called the eco money, the eco mafia. The issue of toxic production collection is in the hands of criminal gangs. Why? Because there's a relationship between the bidding process called by municipalities and the awarding of companies linked to organized crime, and that's the way it is in Italy. So this is a situation that we can also appreciate with a particular attention because it's a serious situation. It's organized crime and it's in the shadows. Now, no one identifies themselves and puts up a label. I'm part of a cartel. And they act through others, and those others are the ones who act under a veneer of legality and legitimacy, but who are ultimately being useful to what organized crime pursues. Well, as I mentioned earlier, I think within the time frame, being a bit hasty, it's enough to keep time. I was telling you what measures can be adopted. I don't want to refer to the prison issue because they're experts to handle the issue much better regarding the scope of custodial sentences. I want to highlight an aspect that I believe is very relevant. I'm not unaware of the usefulness of custodial sentences in prosecuting organized. It'll be naive, but I think it's we have to consider that the only way of the most efficient way to combat organized crime to impose a prison sentence is naive. Why? Because organized crime has a fundamental goal: profit. Crime is driven by profit. So the only way to pursue them effectively, or one of the greatest ones, is through the economic incapacitation of organized crime. That's where we have our greatest weakness because we haven't focused on. Let's see, we're going to pursue organized crime and increase penalties, which is fine. I'm not saying no, but focusing on it is a mistake. It's true that the latest rule, as mentioned as the Undersecretary of Public Security, introduced measures to minimize the criminal offense linked to organized crime and introduced procedures linked to the prosecution of economic crime, which is through confiscation. Well, confiscation is a null institution, but different measures were established to do so. For example, the so-called conviction-free confiscation, which establishes an important measure in that regard. Well, so far, so far as I know, I don't know if Luis cannot. I don't know whether there's been any particular use of this tool in this regard. So, of course, we find on the one hand, we arrest them, we take them to jail, we find ourselves with the scenario we've been experiencing. In one way or another, they continue to operate through jail. Is that to date, jail is no longer a deterrent or particularly effective in limiting the power of this organized gang. But if we look at it from the perspective of other measures that can be adopted in parallel, no one replacing the other, there may be some real effectiveness in saying that we're doing something. But I also want to be optimistic, but also pessimistic. Why? Because here too, and I must be very frank, there is a kind of international hypocrisy regarding this whole issue. On one hand, they say it must be pursued. On the other hand, nothing is said about the tax havens. And that's an issue because tax havens, offshore havens, are often in the hands of developed countries. So the money still ends up in those places. So that's an issue. Because I remember in Italy, I did a study on this organized crime matter, and I had to talk to Italians. They say that there's a widespread hypocrisy here being in Europe because all European countries, Italians say, pursue organized crime, pursue the mafia, but the money comes here, the money ends up in tax havens, whereas it ends up in England, for example, English countries, so by country. There is a situation that we have to confront. We have their measures that must be worked transnationally. We can't ask Chile on any particular country to work because money is global. Money, drug trafficking money doesn't stay in Chile. It goes everywhere. And where does it go? Where security is provided. And where is the security provided? Where havens are. And ultimately, because it will be persecuted. I don't want to be particularly pessimistic, but I also want to add a note of reality. This situation is quite dramatic in this matter. But we must also consider that if we truly want to confront organized crime, we must confront it taking into consideration series of considerations. I believe in this matter, economic measures are fundamentally important to achieve greater persecution in this regard. Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for your presentation, Ro Canterbury, and think it highlights a very important characteristic of both the position of the states and the criminal organizations, and above all, a point that you underscored at the end, importance of cooperation and establishing a transnational approach. Also, on the part of the state actors. In this sense, we're going to travel again and learn about a reality that is being heavily covered by the media, the reality of El Salvador, a country that has historically been impacted by organized crime. Our speaker is Luis Enrique Maya, public security consultant for international projects such as the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. He will present a characterization of criminal gangs in the prison context of El Salvador. Go ahead, Luis. Well, in my case, good morning to you. I understand. Good afternoon. Actually, it's a pleasure to be with you. I want to begin by thanking the organizing. the organizers for this opportunity. I consider it an honor. If you don't mind, I'm going to use a projection, a very small PowerPoint. Just confirm that it looks good. Put it in presentation mode. Just see if it looks better. Is it better now? It's okay. It looks good. Perfect. Thank you. Well, I'm going to explain a little about the context of a country that is probably unknown or not so well known, right? About the Salvadorian prison system. For this, I'm using a series of works we've done at different sites with organizations within the country and the world. I'd like to start with this phrase precisely for two reasons. This movie, American Me, right, from the year 92, the phrase is useful for me. Basically the means the inside and outside go together. They refers precisely to the relationship between prison and the streets. They constitute a binomial certainty. And the reference year 1992 is useful too. When the film appears in 92, in the year which the peace accords were signed in El Salvador. So when I talk about the post-war period, I'm talking about the year to 1992. And from the beginning, I repeat, it's important there is a binomial between prisons and the streets. They have a symbiotic relationship. So from those years, identify, at least in my opinion, two types of prison gangs in the period of that began in the post-war. The first one, though, are those that were born in prisons and then took the streets. They were formed in prisons, but some of their members eventually left or had a way to influence street activities. And secondly, those that were born on the streets and eventually ended up in prisons. So these gangs, which I call binomial gangs, are precisely those that manage to reproduce this scheme, in which prison and the streets have a symbiotic relationship of collaboration. Sometimes it's being said that prison almost dictates instructions or orders to the streets unilaterally without consultation and definitively. In my view, that happened in some cases. Sometimes there's a lot of dialogue, a lot of agreement building between the leaders inside and outside prison. In this first group, which are, I repeat, groups that were born in prisons that came to the streets precisely since the years 1992 and 93, and identify a set of groups or tribes that had a more disorganized, unstructured logic. Some of them are listed here because some of them did have the opportunity to develop some kind of activity from within in coordination with the street. But the important group is the Raza, that allows to unify these groups in a context in which some young people begin to arrive, groups deported from the United States, who are precisely the ones who eventually became our gangs, called the Marans. That's the second group I'm referring to here. Born on the streets, but later end up in prisons. There's a Mar Salvatrucha 13, MS-13, and Barrio at 18, which in the Salvadorian case was divided into two factors, the 18 revolutionaries and the 18 sureños. That denotes internal conflicts between these groups, what in some cases some have called the politics of the criminal groups, the power struggles within these groups. So it led to a split in this particular gang. In the Salvadorian case, so in other countries where the Barrio 18 gang influenced presidents, such as Honduras or Guatemala. You should identify other groups that did not become what I call a binomial gang of transfer groups. Sometimes the prison system instead allows certain groups to consolidate by transferring inmates from one place to another without sufficient profile, group affiliation, etc. And others, these are more slang expressions, yeah, jargon. These are pesetas or sheep. Pesetas are what we call the traitors, the gang deserters, and sheep are people who have left the gangs thanks to some affiliation with the church, mainly evangelical. These are the main groups that I identify. In terms of chronology, in terms of historical location, my way of seeing this in general terms. So there are details, important nuances in my experience that it's impossible to explain. But to give ourselves a general idea, I think there are at least four key historical periods in the penitentiary dynamics in the case of El Salvador. From 1997 to 2004, 97 is precisely when Lil Raza, this gang I just talked about, managed to unite different groups, but others began to appear, precisely the Maras. In that period of time, from 97 to 2004, we have control of prisons that they once had. It's fundamentally the Raza that wields a visible power, let's say, within the penitentiary system in that period. Of course, I'm not going to read the presentation. You'll be able to see some of the characteristics, but you can find some important things here. There are a significant period of massacres, and these massacres eventually led to the separation of the gangs into assigned prisons in the year 2004, to be exact. That's when the prison system was divided, and since the gangs, the maras, were gaining more strength, becoming involved in increasingly bloody massacres. So the measure adopted by the moment the current government is to separate them into gangs assigned to them and prisons assigned to each of the gangs. That somehow reduced the massacres and riots seen in the previous period, but undoubtedly also had a significant costs, such as the internal cohesion of these groups, the maras, and some of the ongoing conflicts had to do mainly, at least in my opinion, with internal purges within the groups themselves since they were separate. In the year 2016, under the different government, something starts to be called internal security measures, which largely involve within the prison system, isolating prisoners from their families. There were many restrictions. There were a lot of discontent, pronouncements from international organizations, international community. They expressed their opinions. Sometimes they requested the suspension of extraordinary measurements, but they continued, mainly because of the difficulties in terms of due process and human rights violations. And finally, from 2003 to the nowadays 2025 milestone, 3 years the launch of the SICOT, the Terrorist Confinement Center, but that someone lens could play 2022 to serve the state of emergency, and one where there's a mass incarceration of people. It's an important element in this stage that let's say the mass incarceration, and where there is a lot of secrecy and exposure of certain things, media exposure, but very controlled. Identifying well what to show, what not to show, etc., and all with an eye on the terrorist confinement center, the SICOT, forgetting a lot or overlooking on many occasions the other realities of the other penitentiary facilities. Well, all these groups, basically, in my opinion, after doing ethnographic work at different times, they move again in a very synthetic way, essentially to incentives within the prison system. Basically, by power, control, security, that word, so important, but so flexible to fill it with different contents like respect, the significant resources that exist within prisons, water, food, different amenities, etc., and of course, influence on the authorities, which in some cases have managed to establish joint governments of the penitentiary prison systems between inmates and the authorities. So, who was I was able to do fieldwork in penitentiary settings on various occasions. One thing was the authorization of the director of the penitentiary center, and another thing was the authorization of the leaders within the prisons, the gang leaders, in many cases. Then you had to go through both authorizations and filters, and outwardly, certainly the influence on street activities, the logic that is pretty well known by the prison gangs, especially in Southern California, which we know a lot because as where our maras are born, or what remains of them, anyways, at- nowadays. And in that context, the logic was quite simple but powerful. The power of prison stems from the belief that people would be captured on the streets and would end up in jail. So it was in their best interest to engage in dialogue with the prison's authorities because they would end up there. Inside the penitentiary, the dialogue could be different. And finally, try to rigorously restrict your time, some data about the country so that you can get a sense of what the current penitentiary policy is meant, which has even meant enabling a kind of extension, I'd say, of the United States penitentiary system because now some of the prisoners in the US are serving time in El Salvador, especially in the CEJA. We have an incarceration rate like the one that you see there, which is the height on the planet. Uh, Overcrowding, calculated as a percentage, you see, is impressive. The sources of this are organizations within the country, but also highly recognized instruments or reports like the World Prison Brief. The last census conducted in the country last year, we know based on the published data that are many, there are very few. We understand that there are many people deprived of liberty. Before the start of the exceptional regime, it's estimated that there were 35,000 inmates in the country already a prison system with overcrowding, but from 35,000 in basically 3 years of exceptional regime, we've risen to 107,000. It's a very significant increase, but it's very difficult to compare information later because of the secrecy I was talking about. For example, as for the SICOT, according to some journalists who managed to get in, there are 8 modules, 32 cells per module, and 80 spaces per cell, totalizing 20,480 spaces covered. Media, including the President of the Republic, says it can hold 40,000. So what one thing is what is published on social media and official media, and what can be verified with administrative data, it's another. There's very complicated now because there are many restrictions. In this context, there are significant problems like opacity, like the ones I mentioned, accusations about disrespect of due process, human rights, deaths in penitentiary facilities for which there's no explanation. The latest of which is the entrepreneurship of bus companies who basically did not follow an order from the president. He and others ended up in prison. A few days later, he died, and there's no explanation exactly how he died in state custody. It's a very important problem. The costs. How much is the prison system in Scotland? Costs. The media says that the Salvadoran prison system costs $200 million, but there's no way to verify that data. And of course, the arrival of new prison populations, such as a group very well unknown to us, the Tren de Aragua, that is arriving to El Salvador. But we realized not only our members of this group arrived, but also Venezuelan migrants who simply violated immigration law. And to close, I'd like to recall the reference work the Valerie Wright that about the functions and purposes of prisons, basically for incapacitation and confinement, punishment, also retribution, deterrence, and rehabilitation. It'll be necessary to see how what the extent of our penitentiary system sometimes puts more emphasis on one function than another. For example, a whole criminal justice system or penitentiary system designed so that people remain confined in penitentiary system for very long periods of time, almost their entire lives. In those cases, issues of functions of the term rehabilitation will lose value because it's understood that they're going to spend 40 or 50 years of their lives. They won't get out soon. If they do, it probably won't be alive. So I just wanted to remind you of this approach so that we can see a little bit where each of our penitentiary systems is putting more emphasis on and which one might be neglected at some point. Thank you so much. points to some very worrying information, such as the lack of information, as you said at the end of the presentation, and also evidence of irregularities in this model of prison governance. And for now, we'll continue with the presentation of Pia Green, a researcher of the Center of Security and Organized Crime Studies at the Universidad de San Sebastian. Here, she'll talk about the challenges facing the Chilean prison system, the face of organized crime. Go ahead. Just to pass on the presentation. Use this one. Is this a microphone? You can use it. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to CEJA, University of Talca, and especially to Luis Enrique. He just gave me the perfect pass. We didn't agree, but it ended with exactly the same thing I started with. And in the bottom line, what is the mission of prison and why prison exists, which is the ultimate punishment that the state can impose today, at least in Chile and in most states around the world. And if it's fulfilling its purpose in Chile, and how we can improve it, and what are the challenges of this. So the first thing I want to say is that I'm sorry, the other side. I put the four. I didn't put the punishment because I'm not going to talk about that. But dividing reinsertion and rehabilitation, mainly what the purposes of prison are to incapacitate. That is, that a person who enters prison cannot continue committing crimes, to deter, which is that a person who committed a crime does not want to end up in prison. This is why you don't commit the crime. Basically, a little bit of preventive. And reinsertion and rehabilitation, that the behaviors are rehabilitated, eventually they're reintegrated into society. Foreseeing whether this is working or not, I want to show you a little bit about the situation in Chilean prisons. Well, we talked about this quite a bit, just a brief summary. I tell you that today, with more than 60,000 people deprived of their liberty, 60,000 people in prison, of which 91.8 are men, only 82% are women. And we are with quite a significant increase. Because you can see the curve from July 2023 to April 2025, information from the Gendarmerie from 2025. This is mainly due to what one of the speakers mentioned earlier, pre-trial detention. Now in Chile, we currently have 35% of the prison population as defendants, who are people who have not yet been convicted, when, as international recommendation says, say it should be less than 50%. We're talking about an excess of people who haven't yet been sentences and who are crowding the prison system, and also because today we have approximately 135% capacity. That's not overcrowding, but it's overpopulation. And in some communities, we do have a recording of over 200%, such as Arica, Parinacota, and northern regions. And also, our criminal burden is mainly in the middle, 40%. And this is divided into high and low, 33% and high, 25%. So, prisons in Chile functioning according to what we had seen? Well, truth is, it seems not. It seems that today prisons are not fulfilling their purposes. First off, they're not incapacitating people who commit crimes, because today we all know people they call goes to prison and continues to commit crimes. We're clear about that, and we've received phone calls from prisons to commit a crime. And today, organized crime in prisons also manages their business, its business and illicit markets. Deterrence. Here's when we all know that there's no longer a deterrent, because there are still crimes, even violent crimes. Violent crimes are increased in the country, the ones that lead to a prison sentence. And this is when creative proposals come in, especially penal populism. Let's increase the sentences. That's not what what but that's not what putting people in jail isn't going to make people to be more deterrent or reduce the sentences infinitely there. That means getting caught, being charged, being convicted and subsequently serving a sentence. And today in Chile, that's probably very low. This is why deterrence is also important because you know that you can commit a crime and most likely you won't even serve your sentence. Reinsertion and rehabilitation go more or less together. Two things that are very important for me. And one is that there are few reinsertion programs. There are many. There are few and don't reach the large population. Furthermore, they aren't perfectly targeted toward the type of population required. One of the fundamental bases of for reinsertion. And from my point of view, it seems to me that gendarmerie is having both functions, both security and reinsertion and rehabilitation, creates a clash of functions that makes it difficult to fulfill both correctly. Today, gendarmerie clearly faces some major challenges. It seems to me that we should divide it. We should create a national reinsertion and rehabilitation service to focus on that and not have the prison police eventually take charge of it. So there's no and the interesting thing about this is that there's no model where we say that we Chileans are very good at models, but let's bring this program from the United States, apply it here, and magic will happen. The truth is not the case. There's no model that we can bring from abroad and say, perfect, and this will solve everything. Today we look at a lot of the prisons in El Salvador, as Luis Enrique mentioned, but there's no model. We try to find one based on many characteristics required for prisons to be effective in their purposes. It doesn't exist. It's why I took arbitrarily or deliberately five things that are fundamental to me. They're incipiently working or not working at all. But there are models in other countries that have a good model and that we could eventually look at as a good practice to be able to see how we can move forward. And this is in five areas. There are five areas I chose, but there are many more we should look at. These are the five areas I looked at. First, infrastructure, the segmentation of prisons according to their criminal commitment, prison training, the use of intelligence, and finally, reintegration programs. Where are we in terms of prison infrastructure? Today, a prison in Chile takes at least 5 years to build. The construction is slow, bureaucracy behind is brutal. We also have problems between what I'm going to call operational and technical. On the one hand, the Ministry of Public Works, and on the other hand, the Gendarmerie, they say, let's move forward. Let's move forward. They can, where there are prisons that take up to 12 years and is still under construction. And this can't be because infrastructure is very necessary for that, but for many things, and at least, very least, for the human rights of people, the overcrowding or overpopulation. In that matter, one of the good experiences, there are many, some that go beyond that we want to show, but one of the good experiences is England. In England, four prisons with a capacity of 6,000 people each were built in 3 years. So how did they do that? I mean, many places in just 3 years. How do they do this? Mainly by creating typical prison models, standard models. There are standardized designs that cover up to, let's say, 80% in different cases, leaving 20% adjustable to the geographical situation, location, and also the criminal commitment of the inmates living there. Of course, because because it depends on what types of inmates you have. It depends on the time of prisons you want to build, because there are some that require more rehabilitation programs, some that require greater confinement, some more that require a lot of access outside. It depends. There is a percentage, but when you undergo this standardized design, you can build much faster, which is approved by all those who have to approve. And if you say, perfect, we approve this, and now we are going to begin. This is how many countries also developed. Another model, even modular prisons in Europe that advance much more quickly, and we're still with 12 years, 5 years, 10 years of prisons. We'll never see, because the prison population continues to increase, and ultimately we are in a problem that we do not how to we are going to solve. Regarding segmentation, we currently have a fantastic theory of penal segmentation. One, the Germandatory law would work quite well if we could segment, but we cannot segment because we don't have the prisons to do it. So while there are some where we can find that, It's not that we are not segmenting. We're not segmenting well in Chile. That's where they talk about recruitment within prisons, criminogenic contagion, among other things. There are many good segmentation models in other countries. I like the ones from Italy, especially regarding organized crime. And it's because Article 45, 41 bis, which is for organized crimes and mafias, allow the Ministry of Justice, which functions differently than in Chile. Minister of Justice was basically given the power to remove certain guarantees from people linked to mafias, which later became organized crime. But the mafia at that point, well, punishment is punishment. You're not going to be able to continue controlling the prison. You're going to when we talk about this, people generally say, "Oh, but how could you do this for people?" We're talking about 2% of the population in Italy, 70,000 people. We're talking about 2% of the population, the big bosses who belong to the mafia, who don't want to cooperate with justice. Those people have very long confinement periods and they don't have any relationship with the world or smaller cells that can go out. There are certain regimes that have worked so that the big organized crime, the people at the top, so to speak, don't continue to control the prisons. And the pyramid is somewhat dismantled. These days are, it has been, you can say it's promising. It's promising to build high security prisons with standards, with good standards, of course, for people who don't want to cooperate and belong to organized crime or extremely violent crimes, among other things. Prison training is fundamental here. Here in gendarmerie have two options, same as carabineros. We do the investigation, it's investigation police. The student gendarmerie circle who studies for 1 year, 2 semesters, or the aspiring officers who studies for 4 semesters. They're taught a lot of things are different, just like if they're an officer or a non-commissioned officer. However, clearly today's gendarmerie is not prepared to deal with the new criminality that exists. Recently, I don't know if this is the center that CATA runs, but the Catholic University conducted a study that surveyed and asked gendarmes, and more than 60% of the gendarmes said there was corruption within their own ranks. And we're not only talking about what one sees, but what they themselves say. Clearly, gendarmerie is in full its role, it's fulfilling its role very well. Organized crime to come in. I don't remember exactly, at least someone has to look. It has to be a corruption for organized crime to exist. So gendarmerie is in. I'm not saying the entire institution, of course, but there are certain individuals they're allowing cell phones in, among other things. Well, countries like Norway, for example, several European countries do have professionals go to a special university called the University of Corrections, and one ends up with a bachelor's degree in corrections. Norway. The reality is very different from Chile, of course. I'm not saying that we have to bring it back just like that, but it's interesting to look at the penitentiary training that those gendarmes receive in other countries as well, because they are given certain training according to the prisons they have to guard, and they are given not only an operational training, but also quite a lot of theoretical training. And later they can continue with other studies and complement the, the use of intelligence is also fundamental. It's fundamental here because somebody else said this. I'm taking all the presentations from people. The gendarmerie is being viewed as the weakest in terms of security. It's let's just arrest people and the problem is done. That's not the case. The problem is part of especially today. Today, a person continues to commit crimes there. The gendarmes are the ones who have to live and have a lot of very good information, and we haven't given it the value it requires. We're just now giving the value of the new intelligence law that has been in Congress since 2018 to create the state of intelligence, the state intelligence system. They're still not there. For 7 years for many for various reasons, but the gendarmerie still hasn't complied with the law. It's within the intelligence law and it has a seat at the table for intelligence and fundamental information. But in other countries, to give an example, there are several countries in Spain. I like that example because I got to know the the Center for Intelligence and Against Terrorism and Crime, the CITCO, something like that, the acronym. The CITGO is an intelligence network where several institutions come together and analyze the information. The CITGO receives information from gendarmerie. It goes through many steps. I mean, they get it there. They go to a technical team. They take it to professionals who work with the gendarmerie and pass it on to other people within the ministries. And if the information is relevant, it reaches the CITGO and the CITGO cross references with other information. And now we have to think. Here in Chile, we have a small incipient experience with strategic coordination units where the gendarmerie plays a fundamental role. We should understand that the gendarmerie is pretty fundamental for intelligence information. And finally, well, social reintegration programs. And here, I also want to add something else. We have some social reintegration programs, in fact, multisystemic therapy, which is an evidence based program. It's in Chile, the RNI RNR, which is need, responsibility, and I'm missing one. Oh, it'll be risk. But they also use it more or less, but they're very incipient. For example, in Canada, in the United States, there are programs that have more of 50% of what you say it. Success. That's the word, success. And we should invest more in reintegration. Not only not only in our integration programs, but they should be focused on people who require these reintegration programs, and there are people who definitely shouldn't even be in prisons and should be reintegrated outside in freedom. But that's another topic. And our reintegration programs are super interesting because I found one I didn't know about from the United States. It's evidence based and had very good results regarding the training of gendarmes, that is, penitentiary expertise. With the training of the gendarmes, they produce a relationship with the inmates that ultimately results in better social integration with quite a bit of evidence. Kana did know about it, but I didn't know about. But I think it's fantastic. Yes, with this, I want to finish. I don't know if I went overboard. I think I'm okay. Oh, I want to finish with this. I wanted to tell you because I think we face many challenges today in Chile that we're not seeing clearly. I think we had an opportunity with the Ministry of Security. I was one of those who pushed hard for the Gendarmerie to be transferred to the Ministry of Security. There were various opinions, but I believe there we have an opportunity to coordinate and put prison. I don't know about prison, but the penitentiary system among our priorities if we want to end the cycle of violence, the cycle of crime, regardless of whether it's more or less. We have to have a good prison system, not only to absolutely respect human rights so that people fulfill their duty right, and get back to society, all those things, but also that we can prevent future crimes and organized crime doesn't continue to operate from there. Thank you so much. Her presentation is access, the challenges that require necessary reform in both the structure and the institutional culture. Prisons, so that prisons are no longer seen as an end. I think the following presentation will be a very good complement since it will address strategies for penitentiary management in the face of organized crime, with a special focus on prison corruption. It will be presented by Katerina Dorman, Executive Director of the Center for Justice and Society Studies and Director of the Millennium Core Project on Criminal Complexity, Emerging from Criminal Complexity, State Advances, and Challenges in the Context of Social Challenge. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. I'm going to thank, obviously, CEJA and the University of Talca for the invitation, and I'm going to try to be as brief as possible because I think everybody is already hungry. It works, yes, well, that works. Yes, that starts. Yeah, it works. Okay, okay, I will start. Anyways, I'm going to talk. I'm going to try to bring discussions about a particular topic, which is corruption. that around corruption. And well, the discussion here has been very focused on the possible consequences that the penetration of organized crime could have in homes. And I'm not going to dwell in on everything, but rather repeating everything that has been said. It's become clear through the day that that it can have consequences that are quite complex. They have terrible scopes from an institutional perspective. But there is a mechanism that hasn't been discussed much today, and it's ultimately make possible the penetration, as mentioned, of organized crime in prisons, and it's corruption. Corruption. And it's important to raise it because the only way we have to resist the supposed penetration of organized crime in prisons is by promoting mechanisms that favor the prevention of corruption. Okay, therefore, I'm going to try to focus on something a little more pur- purposeful that allows us to think about how to prevent this thing. What is corruption? What is prison corruption? Well, prison corruption is an abuse of power that occurs within prison institutions, and it's aimed at personal gain. It's a key element of corruption. I mean, the benefit of the common good, the institutional benefit that is achieved when people are well established and aligned with institutional purposes. This doesn't happen through corruption, since people begin to try to obtain benefits on a personal level. And what's interesting about prison corruption is that these benefits aren't just economic benefits. And this is something a little more specific to prison corruption. It has to do with other benefits, like symbolic benefits, like psychological benefits, like benefits linked to power, to sexuality, to a series of other elements where corruption is installed. So, a think about how to stop corruption is by focusing on legal markets. But there are other elements that are fit in person life. Obviously, corruption threatens security and order and prevents prison from fulfilling its purpose. As Pia explained quite well regarding the purpose of prison, it prevents it. That's one of the most complex elements, in my opinion. That is, the prison not fulfilling its purpose and not necessarily the view that is somewhat discussed, especially in the media, regarding the penetration of organized crime, and has to do with basically how terror generated in the population by the fact that prison cannot take care of people it has confined. It's like the culmination of the security crisis. I mean, people can often live with insecurity, with a high probability of being victims of crime, but what people really can't live with is the state's inability to take charge of a situation that seems from the outside, from those who don't know the inside of the prison. I mean, keeping control of people locked. And that's, in my opinion, is what has taken root the most and what has resonated the most in public opinion, and not the real problem, which is much deeper, has to do with the fact that we are occupying a public policy mechanism, which is prison. We also use a lot in Chile, more than in other countries that have lower crime rates, and that is not being effective because of the levels of corruption that we are experiencing today. Now, an important element for understanding corruption in prison has to deal with the fact that corruption occurs and is embedded within the power structures within prisons. And the power structures within prisons are key to understanding any public policy on prison, as well as the effectiveness of a public policy and its code. And here is an empirical fact of prison sociology. It's highly proven One observes the phenomenon from a more normative perspective, another perspective expressed from other disciplines gets a bit lost. It has to do with the fact that power and order are negotiated daily. It's something is not established. The Sykes said it thousands of years ago, but it's being confirmed somehow through criminological studies. And it has to do with the fact that coercion does not necessarily ensure order in prison. Lu Chao just said it, referring to the empirical fact that Fondaville and Bergman saw regarding how even the control of prisons by certainly organized crime groups often decreases the levels of violence. That has to do with the nature of how order is managed in prison. He said it. So what happens here? In order to maintain order in prison, a series of deeply rooted cultural practices occur, which had to do with turning a blind eye, crossing the boundaries of illegality, and often making the prison reality operate or interpreted from the perspectives of or culture of the prison officials themselves and the dynamics that occur between prison officials and the inmates. This way, I deeply believe that corruption in prison is practical in the end. I truly believe it's inevitable. And thinking about public policy from a normative perspective, from what is desirable, is fine, but the design must consider this dynamic. And it's inevitable for various reasons. The first thing has to do with the fact that prison is based on the symmetry of power and resources. What's discussed what's discussed and negotiated daily in prison is this symmetry of power, these imbalances. And this symmetry, unfortunately, also affects those who guard the prisons, who are the gendarmes, because there are fewer gendarmes than inmates. If you look at it from a normative perspective, there's a state institution here and people who have broken the law. These people should lower themselves and abide by social norms. And that doesn't happen in the prisons. It won't happen because people have a natural tendency to break the rules. We're not complacent people who abide the rules. We abide the norms when we believe in the norm, when we legitimize the norm. And that's why, come back to that later, the legitimacy is key in prison to maintain order. Another important element has to do with the need of maintain order without violence, which is the minimum human rights agreement. Maintaining or constantly using force is impossible. We just experienced what's happening in El Salvador, of course, through the excessive use of force, restraint, and the lack of mobility of people. Well, you can probably maintain that, but let's say prevents you from transporting people to healthcare. And, their sake, it prevents you from moving things, prevents you from entering, from having the minimum desirable hours of natural light. Yeah, there's a series of things that ultimately end in human and degrading treatment. So when it comes to prison order, it doesn't involve constant maintenance and excessive use of violence, right? Another important element has to do with organizational culture. The organizational culture in prison is tremendously ambiguous. A series of rules and norms coexist. It's negotiated, accommodated, uh, accommodated also in the face of opportunities that arise and the opportunities that mainly illegal markets open up. Therefore, it's quite difficult to manage corruption because it's a tremendously dynamic element. One last element has to do with the vulnerability of prison staff. The prison staff, we also have this very romantic vision of what law enforcement is. It's a legacy of our military dictatorship. There are people of integrity. There are people who have a certain status or have a certain moral standing, but that doesn't happen. The gendarmes, many of them even come from the same sectors, from the same social classes as the people deprived of liberty. They have low salaries, they have very little education, and lack of support, training, and that is well contained for those who wanted to delve deeper into this in a survey that we administered in Justice and Society to 400 gendarmes, for 1,400 gendarmes who were also peers in the background. They also ultimately suffered the pains of incarceration and the conditions and burnout and the stress levels. And the suicide rates, gendarmes are extremely high. These are people who are highly corruptible, much more so than other state officials. Yes. Well, what scenario do we have today? We have a scenario that does make us be in the moment, perhaps the most complex ones of the latest decade, or the last 20 years in the penitentiary field. This is partly linked to criminal complexity. I prefer to talk about criminal complexity that rather than organized crime because I think there are a number of factors that we can see have changed the form of crime in Chile. Factors have to do with the increase in violence, the increase in complexity of illegal markets. They also have to do with the greater availability of weapons, and I don't think that's all explained by organized crime. So it seems to me that using concepts strategically and even adequately, strategically to be able to describe and address the reality of a public policy is also important. From that point of view, criminal complexity, or these new forms of crime, they are more complex, more violent, more organized, obviously generate putting incarceration at much greater risk. What they do is increase the power of criminal gangs within prisons. In that matter, control is exercised and regulations are imposed, and illegal economies are managed with much great power. Illegal markets are expanded. This is a tremendously key element. Illegal markets are becoming much more sophisticated, and ultimately, traditional control mechanisms are also overflowing. I think that's perhaps the key point. In other words, the way prisons were managed 20 years ago isn't the same way they should be managed today. Well, that's in my opinion the problem and its scope. I don't think we have prisons in Chile controlled by organized crime. We have extremely high levels of corruption. We do. We have a self-reported survey. We all that echoes the echoes of social desirability that is important. Gendarmes said they have seen 60% has seen corrupt activities within their peers or within the modules where they were. We have that problem. We have tremendously unsophisticated ways of managing order in prisons and the very poorly trained staff, and this could get worse, and corruption could pave the way for organized crime to penetrate deeper without a doubt. But this, I'm going to discuss it now. It's important to be able to maintain for managing the problem also within the margins that, in my opinion, it really has. I mean, my argument is that politically it's very useful to say that prisons are taking over by crime. It's tremendously useful for the point of view of punitive populism. It's useful because it allows us to maintain high levels of fear. It's something that can be intervened in some way. There are a lot of electoral promises that you can't keep because you don't have the resources to make major reforms in matters of social protection. Building more three or two or three prisons, even the most progressive rulers have done that. Professionalizing the gendarmerie is really something that could be also be achieved, and it's something that the citizens truly believe. I think that you can that a survey, 100% of the population tells you. If you tell me an area where the state must have absolute control, but it seems extremely strange that it doesn't. It prisons. So that language is extremely powerful. And it's as if we lose what we hear. Also heard that, though, at least through this seminar, we lose control of a person, we lose control above all of the streets when they are two distinct elements. There is the absence of the state in certain populations, exists territorial control in those populations by organized groups, crime groups exist. I'm going to question that. It seems appalling to me. It already had dire consequences, especially young people now. Given that the same level of control that occurs in the street and the same level of reach is now in prison, it seems we have time to generate certain prevention actions. What happens? The discourse, which may be politically useful but institutionally profoundly dangerous, Thus, is considered an important element raised by Goldsmith, who in Australia conducted the only study on corruption in prisons practically anywhere in the world. And he suggests that it focus on the study of the bad apples. So the bad apples here are the gendarmes who are corrupt, people from organized crime who are controlling the prisons. So we have to put public policy, and what it does is treating the problem of corruption as a deviation or a lack of personal ethics. When the problem is, of course, of corruption is an institutional problem. And like Goldsmith speaks and takes the metaphor and says, "No, well, we have to take care of the barrels, which is where these apples go, which are the institutions that contain the apple, and the orchard, which is the political and social context, ultimately also where the reality is housed." And that's a very important element, putting all the focus on organized crime in the prison. The prison issue causes us to lose the focus of the state's responsibility. The prison crisis is not triggered by the participatory process of organized crime. In Chile, the prison crisis has been going on for decades. Prison abandonment, even the prison defense came to slightly improve certain worse conditions in some areas. So what does it do? That focusing everything on organized crime hides internal structural problems and mismanagement and state negligence. And there is also problems like negligence that makes us on something else, an evil order, a trend in Nicaragua that comes to take over all institutions, so state institutions. When here, mind you, we have poor institutional management that in part allows that to happen. And the last thing is, I was basically telling you that is putting everything on organized crime capitalizes on fear as an electoral resource. We have to really forceful high security prisons in the desert. Thinking about a fallacy that has to do with the harsher the prison conditions, the greater the deterrent to criminal behavior when all the evidence is clear by saying totally the opposite. But as I always say it, despite the fact that prison is an invention of modernity that allows us to remove or separate corporal punishment for the fulfillment of the sentence or punishment in the criminal sphere, what we humans have never understood is that pain and punishment don't necessarily go together, but this doesn't happen in the prison environment. And this in Chile are clear, showing that people truly believe that the best way to combat crime is through greater use of prison. And everything ultimately ends up leading to that. And with that, support is also lost for a series of other strategies like the one mentioned by the calling regarding the issue focusing on the pursuit of a set of assets on other issues of control or prevention of illegal markets that would also have much better mechanisms. So consequently, I'm trying to promote justice in society here are doing we started last month a study on corruption in prisons that will lead to a training program for gendarmes. We're trying to implement the concept of prison integrity, much more perspective concept than the concept of corruption that allows you to a public policy solution. That is to understand the stand the paradigm that corruption is inevitable, and that you'll never achieve a prison with a zero corruption. And also, prison integrity can allow us to ensure that the ethical and professional behavior of prison officials allow the person to fulfill the components of security, dignity, justice, and rehabilitation. And for that, basically, prison integrity works around three components. One is the commitment to public interest, that is acting for the common good, protecting rights, preventing abuses, facilitate reintegration. That has to be what guides the prison. Prison can be guided simply by principles of security and containment, coherence between means and ends. And this is key, as Luis also said. Not everything goes. Not everything goes. It has to be the principle. It's debatable. We can discuss it, but in my opinion, it's a minimum principle of human rights that a democratic country like ours should respect. And finally, what are conditions that makes this possible? That prison integrity is possible. And there are training elements that Pia also mentioned: good working conditions, leadership, supervision, a series of accountability mechanisms that allow this prison integrity to be established. So I wanted to close with this, basically with this suggestion that they had told us to reveal good practices or possible solutions. It seems to me that focusing a bit on person integrity allows us to focus on solutions, not necessarily on the problem itself, on a problem like organized crime, whose scope and dimensions we still don't fully or accurately understand. And I think continuing to categorize gangs or reach their names, their numbers, their quantities is ineffective when you're not really addressing the elephant in the room, which is the potential corruptibility of prison officials. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Carolina Droppelman, for your presentation, which highlights the fundamental aspects for addressing this phenomena of very complex phenomenon, and that also highlight the diverse responsibilities, not only those of criminal organizations, and the importance of addressing them with a holistic and sustainable approach. Now we're going to open a space for questions and discussion. We'll limit them to perhaps two questions, and please apologies to the people who are following us online because I think we're going to have to limit it to the in person questions. Can I ask a small question? Coming from Kata. I loved your presentation, Kata. I have a question for you regarding the thing called corruption. I didn't see anywhere the topic of threats because I think really, we really crossed the line and what happened at Turkey. So there's a percentage of gendarmes who could be threatened by these new people who are much more violent, and that's why they are corruptible out of fear or necessity because I didn't see it anywhere. Like everything in that sense, there are some people who are corrupted by threats, right? How do they protect themselves? Yes, when we're working, some things that we're working on a survey, and we don't know if we have the survey to address these issues. There are several factors related to the prison officials themselves, the institutional conditions, and the bond established between them and the inmates. All that increases or decreases the potential of corruptibility. So, of course, extortion, something that can increase your potential of corruptibility, but extortion operates as a result and is a manifestation of corruption in prisons. Okay, so it has two sides, but in terms of the factors that are at play when it comes to explaining corruption in prisons or corruption of prison officials. They have to do a lot to do with the experience of working in prisons and how that, that blurs your ethical boundaries and how you realize that in order to maintain order, in order to obtain certain benefits, you have to violate certain things, and with that, corruption virtually takes root among prison staff. Statistics show that the comparative experience, only 6% of corrupt officials come from outside. If there is an infiltration. So it's also often said that organized crime goes on, but I don't know to take their own people and say join the gendarmerie because they want to. In general, it's not saying much. It's a low percentage. Basically, it's the experience of working in prison that increases. And when you have worse working conditions, that increases. When you have worse salary conditions, that increases. And when you see that your work is not producing results, that makes you detach yourself from their rehabilitation purposes of prison. You give up and so there's nothing we can do here. We're better off we to part of it, not benefit from the illegal markets. It's not just out of fear, but often profit-driven reasons justified by a self-perception of living in very poor working conditions that somehow justify me doing things on the side. All right, perfect, interesting. Any other questions? Uh, good. We can end up the seminar. Are there some final words? Well, now that we finished the second panel, and our speakers for their participation and their interesting presentations, now we'll give the floor to Natalie Paulson, Director of the Center of Studies and Justice of America. To conclude this day, she'll share the conclusions and final reflections. Again, what a challenge to draw conclusions after these arduous, very interesting, and I think also exhausting day. It's been only a few hours, but they've been truly very powerful and relevant in the face of this complex and at the same time, I'd say delicate issue of due to its very nature, organized crime, the underworld, makes it difficult for us to categorize it, understand it, and then for confront it, but also due to the impact our societies have on violence. One of them, undoubtedly, corruption, another mechanism for operating. I think the conclusions each one of us and our colleagues who are here virtually draw, I'm not going to dare even propose conclusions given this range of perspectives, this wealth of different perspectives, all important. Perhaps only with the aim of proposing a general conclusive framework of this conversation, I'm going to refer to some very specific points. One thing is clear and evident, and most obvious, the fundamental role of prison in the prevention and operation of criminal structures in the region. It's also clear that it's not the only one. We have to address many aspects involving the public and private sector, legality, informality, administration, discrimination, and many others. The traditional role of public ministries, we can also many things, but undoubtedly this event sought to examine and explore with our experts one of these points and attempted to explore the relationship between prison, violence, and complex crime. My second concluding effort is aimed at understanding from my modest perspective that yes, there are rich and legitimate number of perspectives on complex crime, which involve, for example, the problems of prisons overcrowding and running in that prison environment, corruption, prison as a space where people in vulnerable situation are also violated, as Olga mentioned at the time. The reality of each country, violence, which also occurs in different dimensions, use of the trial detention, issues that are related to the execution. It also seems to me that not all of them are or should be privileged to focus on the specific look of organized crime, violence, and prison. I think there are others. Some of these are more structural, controversial, that have an impact that are related, but not directly. And I think that effort we have to continue moving forward. We're having conversations. It's important. Prison classic topic: prison overcrowding. How much of this prison overcrowding, for example, we clearly seen it in Ecuador? It's a, it's a serious problem related to the operation of criminal networks. Therefore, we must continue building this conversation, find those elements that help us more precisely understand the phenomenon we're trying to confront, and specifically the relationship between violence within and outside prisons. I think we need to continue building a more refined more specific and focused view on this problem to prioritize the analysis and also the responses from the state and the academic sector as well as society, and in our case, international organizations. So regarding the third area, it seems to me that it has become clear that the effervescence of concern about the violence that's been occurring in our countries, models like El Salvador, raised in this space, seem to have insufficient information. Therefore, we need to continue working on building light, technical information, be able to build a regional roadmap, some consensus on what we need to prioritize. And I close by mentioning some fantastic, excellent, very professional ideas raised here by different experts. And from our perspective, we think we could help build that roadmap without any intention of questioning or expanding it. The economic approach to crime, the pursuit of money beyond prison. I think it's key to begin to refine to look at this specific area. The focus on the organized crime phenomenon. The organized crime phenomenon has a specific line. While it stuns us, frightens us, and intimidates us all, not all of us are going to be victims. Not all the prisons, not all territories or people, not police, not arms. So the focus of the phenomenon, at least here in Chile, we talked about it, some colleagues at the coffee break, as the phenomenon is relatively so strong and so new. It has it has generated a lot of dust around the light will be the answer will be to an extent that we understand the focus of the phenomenon, which I think several experts have referred to penitentiary intelligence, the points to the set of measurements directly related to the same segmentation treatment, also addressed by several experts. The profile of inmates, that not only men or women, but also people who perform functions related to treatment, in this case, gendarmerie, but also it also made me think about the profile of prosecutors, police officers, and even the profiling of those organizations that haven't appeared in this space. I'm not going to include them there either. These are all the responsibilities of non-judicial prevention organizations. We're talking about the system, the private system, among others, so as not to stray from that path. I close by thanking each of the brilliant speakers, all of whom have generated a great deal of knowledge for us. I believe in the regional development. We deeply thank the University of Talca and our experts who have generously agreed to be part of this challenge. I would like to thank each person who connected virtually and those who joined us in person. I'd like to express my gratitude. We let's continue with dialogue. Very serious one, professional, more than disciplinary, very honest, very honest, technical one, so that we can understand these phenomena and prevent them within the democratic context. Thank you very much on behalf of the Justice Center of Americas. We thank we thank the words of the Director of Justice Study Center of Americas. We really appreciate the participation of everyone who made this event possible, our panelists, moderators, organizers, and of course, each and every one of you present here and also connected from different parts. Today, we have taken an important steps in building a regional perspective based on then evidence of human rights to address the challenges of the prison system in Latin America. We invite you to stay tuned for coming activities at the Center of Justice Studies of the Americas and the Center for Criminal Law Studies at the University of Talca will be holding during this year of scientific anniversaries for both centers. Thank you very much for your attention. And wishing you a wonderful evening.